The rope burns her wrists. Not all at once. Slow, constant. Cassia is 20-6 years old. Her skin was raised on silk, perfume, warm baths. Now coarse hemp bites into flesh that has never known pain like this. The smell hits first. Animals, old straw, dung soaked into wood. This building sits at the edge of a Roman camp. A stable that alone tells her what is coming. Through the thin wooden walls she hears her sisters. Not screaming. Not yet. It's worse than screaming. A thin, shaking sound. The sound that comes right before the mind breaks. The sound of girls who understand something terrible is being prepared for them, but cannot fully grasp what it means. 9 days ago she was Princess Cassia of Pontus, eldest daughter of King Mithridates, raised in stone halls above the Black Sea, taught Greek logic, Persian verse. She was promised to an Armenian prince. A marriage meant to double her father's power. A future queen. A dynasty that would stretch from mountains to desert. Now she kneels in filth. Her ceremonial robes torn open. Mud and blood ground into the fabric. Her hair clotted where someone struck her head days ago. No one cleaned the wound. No one cared. Around her, Roman soldiers move calmly. Checking ropes. Testing knots. Leading animals into place. They do not look at her. She's not a person. She's a task. Through a crack in the slats, she sees the next stall. Leodice, 19. Her arms are pulled behind her back, tied so tight her spine bows forward. Her face is wet, eyes swollen. She's past screaming. Beyond her, Nisa, 18, still barely a child. Her body shakes so hard the post trembles with her. Cassia can see it from 30 feet away. And then she sees the horses. Huge cavalry stallions. War minus bred. Chosen for strength. Held by men who know exactly what these animals will do when released. Cassia has heard of this punishment. Every border kingdom had. The Romans used different names for it. Sometimes it was public. Sometimes hidden inside camps like this one. But the pattern never changed. Women bound. Animals driven forward. Bodies broken. Always the same ending. This is meant for her sisters. Leodice. Nisa not because they fought. Not because they planned anything. Only because their father dared to resist Rome. King Mithridates built a coalition. Threatened Roman trade routes. Won 3 battles. Lost the 4th. Now his family pays for it. General Lucius Cornelius Crassus walks into the stable. 50 years old. Armor scarred from decades of war. He surveys the scene the way a man inspects tools. The youngest first, he says. 18 is old enough. Her screams will motivate the others. Nisa Cassia feels something inside her snap into place. The fear does not leave, but it moves aside. She has always protected them. Always. She taught Leodice to read when tutors failed. Held Nisa through nightmares after their mother died. Shielded them from court games. She will not stop now. General Crassus. Her voice cuts through the stable. Steady. I would speak with you. He turns. Curious now. The Pontic princess speaks. What could you possibly offer me? An offer, she says. One that benefits you more than listening to children scream. Interest flashes in his eyes. Romans respect value. Even cruelty must earn its place. Take me instead. Silence. All of it, she continues. Whatever you planned for them, do it to me. I am older, stronger. I will last longer. The spectacle will be greater. He studies her. Your sisters are younger, he says. 3 bodies are more entertaining than one. Because I have information. Her father's hidden treasure. Roman officers who took bribes. Supply routes through Parthia. Truth mixed with risk. I gamble. Spare them. Really spare them. And I give you everything. Crassus steps closer. You understand what you are offering. I understand it will not be quick. Not private. Your officers will watch. And your sisters will watch too. Cassia swallows. Nods send them to Rome. As guests. Not slaves. Crassus smiles. You truly love them. They are all I have left. Then we have a bargain. Release the younger 2. Prepare the eldest for extended use. Extended use. Cassia hears the words settle into her bones. But Leodice and Nisa will live. That is enough. It has to be. Cassia is dragged to her feet. Not roughly. That would imply emotion. This is routine. Two soldiers lift her like moving furniture. Ropes creak. Her wrists scream under the hem. Leo, Dice and Nisa are unbound. Not freed. Not safe. Just moved. Kasia catches one last glimpse through the slats. Nisa clinging to Leo's arm. Both of them staring at Kasia like she is already dead. Kasia holds their eyes. Do not break. Not now. Not when we bought time. The soldiers pull her toward the center stall. And now she sees the equipment up close. The posts. The straps. The way the ropes are set at angles meant to force a body open. The handlers leading the stallions in slow circles so they stay agitated. So they stay ready. Raymond camp punishments aren't accidents. They're systems. They're practiced. One soldier reaches for her and robes. A knife flashes. Cold against her skin. Not cutting yet. Cast reminding. The cloth is sliced away in fast strips. Silk falls into filth like it never mattered. Kasia's breath turns shallow. If she panics now, she loses leverage. If she pleads now, Crassus learns she's bluffing. So she stays still. She lets her mind do what it learned in palaces. Count. Measure. Observe. How many men? How many horses? Where the exits are. Which officer gives orders. Which soldier actually listens. Then a voice cuts in. Wait, not Crassus. Shahia turns her head. A younger officer stands near the doorway. 30, maybe. Tribune's insignia. The kind of man who still has ambition in his eyes because he hasn't yet been numb for decades. He isn't smiling. He isn't laughing. He looks irritated. General, he says. A word. Crassus gives him an impatient gesture like swatting at smoke. The Tribune steps close and lowers his voice. Cassius strains to hear. If she breaks too soon, we lose the intelligence. She offered treasure locations. Bribed names. If we destroy her mind before we extract it, we get nothing. Crassus' gaze shifts. Cold calculation, replacing appetite. Kashai feels a thin thread of time appear like a crack in stone. Crassus speaks slowly. And you think she'll cooperate? The Tribune says. Only if she believes the bargain holds. Keep the sisters alive and visible. Let her see if they're safe. Then she gives accurate information. Crassus studies Cassia again. Not as a woman. As a container. A vault. Then he nods once. Fine, he turns to the soldiers. Stop, move her to the officers' quarters. We take what she knows first. Cassia's knees nearly give out. Not from relief. From whiplash. The horses are still there. Still snorting. Still stamping. But the door has opened just slightly. The Tribune's name, Crassus asks. Marcus Antonius Priscius. Crassus gives a thin smile. You understand Rome. Cruelty must be useful. Cassius memorizes it. Marcus Antonius Priscius. A name she may need. A name that may save her sisters if she can bind his ambition to their survival. They haul her out of the stable. Night air hits her like water. Cold shock. The camp stretches in torchlight. Rows of tents. Metal. Smoke. Men laughing over wine as if kingdoms didn't die. Cassius sees her sisters again briefly. A Roman god pushes them toward a separate tent. They are no longer tied, but they are still surrounded. Nisa looks at Cassia, mouth trembling. Vieda's eyes are hard. She understands something Cassia has said out loud. This bargain can be broken at any moment. Cassia forces her face calm. She forms words without speaking them. Live the officers' quarters or a tent near the camp center. Larger, cleaner, Roman comfort, even in war. A table, ink papers, an app laid flat. Priscius sits opposite her. He motions for her to sit. Cassia does. The god steps back, but does not leave. Priscius steps them out. Hidden treasuries. Start there. Cassia had 9 days to prepare lies that look like truth. Truth that costs her nothing now. Truth that buys time. Truth that keeps her sisters alive. So she begins with something verifiable. My father kept 3 reserves. First beneath the temple of Poseidon at Cabi. You already found it. Prisca's eyes narrow. How do you know? Because I saw your men loading gold onto ships. I saw the seal rings on the sacks. I know my father's marks. Priscius nods. Good credibility. Second, Assos. She points. 3 miles east. Caves behind a waterfall. A narrow entrance. Inside, silver and gold. Gems. Priscius leans in. You've been there. Twice. I can draw it. He pushes papers toward her. Cassia takes the stylus. Her hands are steady. She draws carefully like she's sketching a garden. Not a grave. The third treasury, she says, letting her voice slow. More complicated. She moves into a half-minus truth. Parthian partners. East of the Euphrates. I know the region, not the exact site. My brother held the final details. He died at Kibera. Priscius watches her. You're saying we may not recover it. I'm saying you may recover something more valuable than gold. Names, agreements, supply routes. He spoke to whom? You can threaten Parthian officials with exposure, or buy them. That makes Rome hungry. Prisca's fingers tap the table. Bribed Roman officers. Cassia pauses. This is where she controls the pace. Those names are dangerous. If I give them to fast, I become disposable. If I give them to slow, Crassus remembers the horses. Here she threads the needle. That information exists, she says. But I will not hand it over like a gift. Prisca's eyes sharpen. You bargain even now. I bargain because that is the only language Rome respects. Once I give you everything, what keeps my sisters safe? Priscilla stares at her for a long beat. Then he gives a small, almost amused exhale. You're not stupid. I was raised to rule a kingdom. Cassia leans forward just enough to be dangerous. You want Eastern intelligence. You want to look brilliant in Rome. You want credit. Then you need me coherent. And you need my sisters alive. Priscius doesn't deny it. Instead, he says quietly, continue the map. We resume tomorrow. He stands. Before he leaves, Cassia speaks once more. General Crassus. He will want compensation. Priscius looks back. Yes, what will he take? Priscius pauses like a man choosing words. If he cannot break your body, he will break your dignity. Then he exits. Cassia is left alone with the ink, the map, the god outside, and time. Time she purchased with her own flesh. She keeps drawing. And as her stylus moves, her mind is already building the next layer. Priscius is ambitious. Ambition is predictable. Predictability can be controlled. If she can make her sister's survival a step on his ladder, then he will protect them for the same reason Romans protect anything, because it benefits them. Outside, the camp breathes. Torches crackle. Metal ceilings. A horse screams somewhere in the dark. Cassia closes her eyes for half a second. Not to pray, to remember what she is doing this for. Leodice. Nisa, tomorrow she will speak again. Tomorrow she will trade more truth. Tomorrow she will lie where she must. Because in Rome's world, love doesn't save you. Leverage does. Morning comes without mercy. No sunrise poetry. No birds. Just iron sounds. Armor plates locking. Men shouting orders. Cassia is brought back to the officer's tent. The map she drew yesterday lies open. Weighted at the corners with daggers. Priscius is already there. Clean. Focused. He gestures for her to sit. Tell me about the Parthian contacts. Cassia does. Slowly. Names that exist. Roles that sound plausible. Connections that would take weeks to confirm. Every sentence buys time. Every pause keeps her sisters breathing. Scouts are sent to Amisos. By noon, confirmation arrives. The cave is real. Silver. Gold just as she described. Her value doubles in a single afternoon. Crassus is displeased. He stands outside the tent while Priscius delivers the report. Cassia hears his voice through canvas. You're telling me I lose my entertainment for a cave? Priscius answers calmly. You gain favor with the Senate. And leverage over Parthia. Crassus snorts. I gain a woman who still stands. Priscius lowers his voice. For now. Cassia hears that too. That afternoon she is allowed to see her sisters. They are seated in a small tent near the camp edge. Water, bread, clean tunics. Alive. Nisa runs to her. Leodice hangs back, eyes sharp. They didn't touch us, Nisa whispers. Not yet. Cassia cups her face. They won't. Leodice studies Cassia as rests. Rope burns. Fresh. What did you promise? Everything, Cassia says. Leodice exhales. Then use it. That night Priscius returns. Crassus wants a ceremony. Cassia closes her eyes once. What kind? Public submission. Before the army. Words of surrender. Kneeling. Crawling. Kissing. Not death. Not torture. Humiliation. Crassus needs proof that he still controls you. Cashier opens her eyes. And my sisters, they will watch. Fishan odds. Then it will be done. The ceremony is scheduled at dawn. The entire camp gathers. Ranks of soldiers. Standards raised. Armor polished. Cashier is dressed in white. Not royal white. Supplicant white. Thin plain. Her sisters stand on the platform. Alive. Untouched. Crassus steps forward. His voice carries, Princess Cassia Pontus, your kingdom defied Rome. Your father is chained. Your brothers are dead. Your dynasty ends here. Cassia listens. This is not for her. This is for the army. Speak. She recites the words they gave her. I acknowledge I have no throne, no authority, no future except what Rome allows. Kneel. She does. Lower. She presses her forehead to the dirt. Approach. She crawls. Pebbles cut her palms. Her sisters watch. Kiss. She kisses his boots. Leather. Dust iron. The camp is silent. Crassus lifts his foot away. Rome accepts your submission. The soldiers cheer. Cassia is pulled up. It is over. Her body remains intact. Her dignity is not. That night, Priscius speaks quietly. Orders from Rome. The Senate wants you. Interrogation. Rome. Cassia processes this carefully. Rome means distance from Crassus. Rome means rules. Rome means competition. And my sisters? They go with you. Cassia breathes out. Not relief. Caution. Crassus will not forget this. He will simply lose access. The journey begins 2 days later. Wagons. Guards. Escorts. 6 weeks. Cassia teaches her sisters how to survive the triumph. Do not listen. Do not respond. Do not break formation. Go somewhere else in your mind. Nisa struggles. Leodice understands immediately. The triumph is hell. Chains bite. Crowds scream. Rotten food flies. Nisa falls. Cassia moves. I stop, she tells the soldier. The whip pauses. The procession continues. They reach the temple. They survive. Years pass. Cassia becomes useful, then valuable, then respected. Leodice is adopted. Nisa becomes famous. Cassia waits. 14 years. Then freedom. Not given, earned. When Cassia dies, she is not remembered as a captive. She is remembered as the woman who calculated faster than monsters, who traded herself for others, who bent but did not disappear, and her sisters lived. That was the victory Rome never recorded. The salt stings at her raw, chafed wrists, each tug of the ropes ending sharp pulses through her skin. Isabella Ferrante, 26, feels the weight of the Mediterranean on her cracked lips. The waves rocking her battered bones, then the prayers of the 43 women in prison with her below deck. 7 days have passed since they were ripped from their beds in Vist. Once, Isabella had been the proud wife of Marco Ferrante, a prosperous fisherman whose boat brought in half the village's catch. She was a woman who balanced household finances, raised two daughters, but attended Sunday Mass in the church where her parents, and as before them, had wed. Now she's a broken shell, crouching in the hold of a Barbar corsair ship. Her nightgown torn and stained with blood, both her own and Marcus marked her as a captive, stripped of everything but the rags she wears. The corsair's brutal examination on the beach left scars on her body. That choice of who would be taken and who would be left to die made clear in their actions. Her daughters Sophia, 8, and Lucia, 12, are somewhere aboard the ship, but she has seen them since they were separated on the beat. The hatch above opens, sunlight blinds her eyes, and a voice that's haunted her since that night calls down. The corsair captain, Hamid al-Rashid, speaks in Italian, his accent betraying a familiarity with these raids. The merchant's wife, the one who fought, bring her up. The buyers want to inspect before we dock. She doesn't resist as hands pull her onto the deck. Resistance has its price, and she's already seen the cough. Lucia had tried to throw herself overboard on the second day. They made an example of her, breaking her spirit before casting her into the sea, dead and unclaimed. The bright light on deck blinds her further. When her vision clears, she sees the coast of North Africa for the first time. White buildings rise above a harbor. Minarets pierce the sky. A city that will be her prison, perhaps her grave. Algiers, Hamid announces with cold finality. The slave capital of the Mediterranean. By nightfall, you will belong to someone else. Her voice shakes. My daughters? Where are my daughters? The children are valuable, he answers coldly. They'll be sold separately. Young girls adapt better than women. They forget. They learn the language. They become useful. You cannot protect them. You cannot save them. They are merchandise now, just as you are. The sooner you understand that, the easier your transition will be. But Isabella's heart doesn't listen to him. She has to know, has to see them. Later, she's cleaned, scrubbed down, dressed in a simple garment to be paraded before the buyers. She knows this is how shall be sold, categorized for her value, whatever remains of it. She's no longer a wife or a mother, she's just another piece of property. And somewhere in this ship, her daughters are being prepared the same way. The system that Isabella is about to be immersed in has been kept hidden for centuries, buried under a veil of shame. The European slave trade is well documented, but the other side, the barbarian slave trade, is a history that has been erased. From 1500 to 1800, Barbary corsairs raided the Mediterranean coasts, taking over 1 million European captives, reducing entire villages to ruin. It was just a few raids here and there. This was state-sponsored terror, and it left the shores of Spain, Italy, France, and even Iceland barren. Entire populations were wiped out. Isabella's story is just one of millions lost to history. She learns of this system, how women like her are categorized by beauty, by skills, by health. Women who are valuable are sold to wealthy buyers who will treat them well, who will maintain their health for the sake of their investment. The others, those who are older or damaged, are sold to labor camps or households where their suffering will go unnoticed, their value diminished over time. But Isabella refuses to be just another piece of merchandise. She pushes for information. She needs to know where her daughters are, what has happened to them. Where are my daughters? She asks again over and over, bargaining for scraps of truth. She learns they've been sold separately. Lucia to a merchant, Hiss on Alfred, Sophia to the household of the day. The merchant is better, kinder. Sophia, on the other hand, is lost to the world of political power. But Isabella does not lose hope. She fights for any piece of knowledge, any scrap of information, any lead that might allow her to reunite with them. The Rance and Ming priests, who operate across Europe to rescue Christians from captivity, may be her only hope. They work through complicated channels, making sure to obtain information that could be used to ransom captives, but they are often overwhelmed with the number of people needing help. Still, Isabella fights for her daughters against a system that has robbed her of everything, and she does not give up. not for herself but for them, for their survival, for their future. And when the moment comes, when the ransom is raised, when the funds are collected, when the negotiations are made, Isabella's determination will not be in vain. But even as she achieves freedom, as she escapes the nightmare of captivity, the question remains, will she ever truly reunite with her daughters? Or has time and the system itself broken what they once shared? For years, Isabella remains dedicated to ransoming others, helping the redemption ist priest raise funds, advocating for captives, and tirelessly working to right the wrongs of the past. She even manages to ransom her younger daughters Sophia, but Lucia, having lived and married in the household of Hisson Alfed, cannot be returned. Isabella tries, but Lucia chooses her new life, her new family instead. It is the hardest choice she will ever make. Isabella Ferranti lived on for 30 years after her return. She never remarried, but she made sure that the stories of the women like her, the ones who survived the barbarous slave trade, would not be forgotten. Her daughters' futures would be shaped by what she did. For them, for their survival, for hope. The history of the Barbary Corsairs, the forgotten history, is still one we must remember. It is time we learn the truth. The truth that has been hidden for so long. The truth that we must choose not to forget. Isabella's life after her return to Vist was anything but ordinary. For the first few months, she focused on her physical and emotional recovery, seeking solace in the church and our community as support. The survivors of the raid, the families, the friends welcomed her back. Though the years apart had transformed everyone, Vist was not the same village it had been. The raid had ravaged its people, and the pain of the missing was etched into the faces of the living. Yet, amidst the sorrow, there was a quiet sense of gratitude. Isabella was home, but home was not enough. The fire that had kept her alive during her captivity, the fight for her daughters, burned brighter now than ever before. With the redemption ist priests still working diligently, Father Miguel helped Isabella understand the intricate world of ransoming, how funds were raised, how negotiations were executed, and most importantly, the complex dynamics of the market she had once been a part of. Though she had secured her own freedom, Isabella knew her fight was far from over. The lives of other captives like the ones she had met in the house of Ahmad ibn Saul still hung in the balance. Each day was a battle, not just for survival but for justice, for the truth to be acknowledged. She began traveling, raising awareness, speaking at churches, and advocating for the redemption ist system that had saved her life. Her voice became the voice of the silenced, the women who had suffered in the shadow of the Corsairs' raids. She dedicated herself to the very mission that at once seemed like a dream too far from reach. But each step she took was weighed down by the knowledge that her daughters were still far from her. It was a slow process. Father Miguel kept in touch with her, offering updates on the political shifts in Algiers, the changes in the day's household, and the progress of negotiations for Sophia's ransom. And through it all, Isabella never gave up. She never stopped working for them, for the family she had lost in the future she desperately wanted to reclaim. After 5 years of tireless campaigning, Isabella received the message she had been hoping for. Father Miguel had succeeded. Sophia was finally freed. The ransom had been paid, the last of the funds raised by the community of Vist. Isabella's reunion with Sophia, though deeply emotional, was not the one she had imagined. Sophia had grown. She had changed. The little girl Isabella had lost on that fateful night was now a young woman, fluent in Arabic, converted to Islam, and deeply embedded in the culture of Algiers. The daughter she had dreamed of saving was now part of a world that Isabella had once hoped she would never be forced to witness. Sophia had built a life there, one that included a husband, children, and a family she had forged in the heart of the land that had stolen her from her mother. Isabella stood face to face with a girl who could not recognize the woman standing before her, the mother she had once known. Isabella wept. She wept for the years they had lost, for the life that Sophia had lived, a life shaped by the hands of others, a life shaped by the hands of others, a life shaped by survival. But the reunion was bittersweet. Sophia was free, and Isabella knew that, though their paths had diverged in ways she hadn't expected. Sophia was alive. She was safe, and that was enough for now. But Isabella didn't give up. She fought for the release of others, for the system to change, for a future where women like her, like Sophia, wouldn't have to endure the horrors she had suffered. She became one of the most passionate advocates for ransomed captives, spending her remaining years raising funds, gathering support, and helping women in need. As for Lucia, her story remained one of loss. Despite Isabella's relentless efforts, Lucia had made a life for herself in Algiers. She had married, had children, and, in her own way, found peace. But when Father Miguel reached out to her years later, it was to tell Isabella that Lucia had chosen to stay in the life she had built, the life that had given her a new identity. Isabella's heart broke all over again, but she understood. Lucia had made her choice. She had built something from the wreckage of her past. She had become part of a system that Isabella had tried so hard to escape. And as much as it hurt, Isabella knew she could not force her to leave. Her life after that was a quiet one. Isabella never remarried. She focused on her work, on advocating for the women who had been taken and lost. She continued to raise funds for ransoms, continued to support the redemption ist priests, and made it her mission to ensure that no one forgot the history of the women who had been stolen from their homes and forced into the most brutal of circumstances. She spent her final years in Vist, where she passed away peacefully in her sleep at the age of 56. She was buried next to her parents, near the church where her journey had begun. The village had recovered from the horrors of the raid, but Isabella's story, her struggle, was far from forgotten. Isabella Ferranti had survived. She had fought for her daughters, for justice, and for the lives of countless others who had been taken by the corsairs. In the end, it was just survival that mattered. It was the fight to give others the chance to survive too. Her legacy lived on in the work she had done, in the lives she had touched, and in the women who, because of her, found a way out of captivity. Her story was no longer forgotten. It was remembered. And in that remembrance, perhaps the greatest victory of all was won. Isabella's legacy, though rooted in grief, transformed into a powerful beacon for the women whose stories had been ignored for centuries. Her work didn't stop with her own return to Europe, and it was confined to raising the ransom for those held in captivity. She sought to change the narrative entirely, to bring the dark and forgotten history of the barbar, i.e. slave trade, into the light, a history that had long been suppressed, buried by the powers that had once benefited from it. Her efforts reached far beyond Vist. She spoke to communities across Italy, raised awareness, and educated those who had no idea that the Mediterranean, with its blue waters and warm sun, had also been a breeding ground for some of the darkest chapters of human exploitation. She was an advocate, a voice for those whose lives had been defined by captivity, but also by the small glimmers of hope that persistence, community, and love could bring. Her relationship with Sophia, though fractured and complex, evolved over the years. As Sophia grew older, she began to understand more about the mother who had fought so hard for her, even from the distance of a life that had been forcibly reshaped in Algiers. At first, there was anger, resentment. Even Sophia had changed, had become a product of the environment she had been raised in. And it was hard for her to reconcile that with the woman her mother was striving to be. Isabella knew this and gave her daughter the space to process what had happened. But as time passed, something softer began to form between them. Sophia visited Isabella in Vist, though the visits were brief and strained. They spoke cautiously at first, as if learning to trust one another again. The distance between them, both physical and emotional, could never fully be bridged, but there was a mutual respect born out of the shared truth of survival, of having endured a world that had been far too cruel to them both. Lucia's choice to remain in Algiers was harder for Isabella to bear. Her daughter's refusal to leave the life she had built there stung like a fresh wound every time Isabella thought of it. But Isabella, too, understood that freedom, at least the freedom Lucia had found, was something different, something that couldn't always be measured by the standards of her old life in Vist. In the end, Isabella found peace with her daughter's decisions, however painful they might have been. She knew that the world had changed them in ways that she can't reverse, but their survival, in whatever form it took, had been her ultimate victory. After her passing, Isabella Ferranti became a symbol of resilience, an inspiration for those who had suffered in silence, and an advocate for justice in a world that often turned a blind eye to the atrocities of the past. Her name was passed down through the generations of Vist, and eventually, through historical societies that sought to understand the full scope of the European slave trade and the suffering it caused. Schools taught her story, and her journey from captivity to freedom became a touchstone in the fight for recognition of the forgotten victims of the Corsair raids. Her work also gave rise to a new wave of redemptionist efforts. Fathers, mothers, and communities across Europe, who had never heard of the ransoming priests, now knew of their work. The networks they had built, the lives they had saved, became more visible, and the global awareness of this dark history spread. In the distant corners of North Africa, the echoes of the barbar, i.e. slave trade, continued to reverberate. Families were still trying to reconnect with lost loved ones, and while many had been absorbed into a new life, Isabella's story was proof that survival was possible, even when the system seemed designed to break them. And as for Isabella's own future, it was one that she had built from the ashes of her past. An emery remained a symbol of defiance against an impossible system, a reminder that even in the face of unimaginable odds, a single person's will to survive could spark a revolution of change. Her story was no longer forgotten. It was remembered. Isabella's story, once buried in the shadows of history, began to spark a movement. Her aim became a rallying cry for those seeking to understand and rectify the horrors of the barbar, i.e. slave trade. As the years passed, the historical landscape shifted. Scholars previously hesitant to confront the uncomfortable truths of European enslavement were now compelled to investigate and expose the full scale of the violence that had been wrought upon entire populations. Isabella's own work continued long after her death. A foundation dedicated to her aim was established by those she had inspired during her lifetime. This foundation worked tirelessly to raise awareness of the forgotten histories, conducting research, offering support for those whose families had been lost in the course of raids, and advocating for reparations and recognition from governments and institutions. The story of the Mediterranean slave trade, with its intricate networks of raids, ransoms, and systemic brutality, slowly took its rightful place within the broader context of global slavery. Through the foundation, Isabella's legacy was kept alive. It funded new ransoming efforts, supported survivors, and helped reconstruct the fractured lives of those whose families had been broken by the raids. It also ensured that the descendants of those taken during the barbar by a slave trade were given a voice, whether they were descendants of those ransomed or of those who had never made it out. Sophia, now grown and with children of her own, became deeply involved with the foundation in her later years. She carried her mother's fire forward, albeit in her own quiet way, while she had chosen to remain in Algiers. Deeply integrated into her new life, she was fiercely protective of her mother's memory. Sophia became a symbol of the complexities that Isabella had always understood of a child who had been torn between two worlds and who, in the end, had created her own path forward. Lucia's life, too, continued on its own trajectory. Although Isabella's attempts to ransom her had failed, Lucia's life was not one of hopelessness. She became a successful businesswoman in Algiers, her role in the merchant's household growing as she married and had children. Though her identity had been shaped by the circumstances of her captivity, Lucia had found a sense of agency and autonomy that Isabella had long hoped for her. She never returned to Vest, but she often sent letters to Isabella, telling her of her life, her children, and the changes in Algiers. The bond between mother and daughter, once strained and ruptured, had found a more distant, but no less significant form of connection. The survivors of the Barbary raids, though scattered across the Mediterranean and beyond, had found ways to come together. There were communities that held reunions in various cities, where families that had been separated were reunited or at least exchanged information. Many of them were part of the same network that Isabella had helped create, and their descendants began to learn of the true scope of their ancestors' suffering. It became a movement for justice and healing, for righting the wrongs that had been inflicted on them, and for ensuring that future generations would know their histories. And so as time moved forward, the history that Isabella Ferranti had fought so hard to expose was woven back into the fabric of European consciousness. The shame that had once silenced it began to dissolve as the truth emerged into the light, often in painful and complicated forms. But through this truth, a new sense of solidarity and compassion grew, one that united diverse communities, both those who had suffered and those who had once turned a blind eye. The legacy of Isabella Ferranti lived on, not just in the people she had saved or the system she had fought to dismantle, but in the generations of women and men who learned her story and understood the value of remembering what history tried to forget. It wasn't just about survival anymore, it was about recognition, about justice, and about the strength to rewrite the narrative of a past that had sought to bury its own victims. Her name, once whispered in the darkest corners of the Mediterranean, was now carried with pride by the children of survivors and by the foundation she had founded in the hope that history could finally be set right. And as long as her story was told, Isabella Ferranti remained more than just a captive, more than just a mother or a survivor. She was a symbol of resilience, a beacon for those whose lives were shattered but never entirely lost, a reminder that the human spirit, when faced with the darkest of circumstances, could always find a way to reclaim its light. The forgotten history had been reclaimed. The women, their stories, and their suffering had been remembered. As Isabella Ferranti's story continued to echo through the centuries, a new generation of historians, activists, and survivors emerged, inspired by her unwavering determination to reclaim a history that had been silenced for far too long. The foundation that had been established in her and grew into a global movement, advocating not only for recognition but also for restitution. Communities that had been victimized by the Barbary slave trade began to demand acknowledgement from governments and institutions that had long ignored or actively suppressed their stories. Isabella's own life had been one of persistent survival, and in her death, she became a symbol of endurance for countless others. Her story resonated across national and cultural boundaries, transcending the confines of a single moment in history to represent the broader human struggle against oppression. The foundation, now led by her descendants and allies, worked with educational institutions to ensure that the history of the Barbar, i.e. Chrysaores, was included in academic curricula worldwide. This inclusion marked the beginning of a wider reckoning with the global scope of slavery, one that had often been centered on transatlantic trafficking, but now also acknowledged the horrors that European women, children, and entire coastal communities had suffered at the hands of North African Corsairs. Through the Foundation's efforts, archives of redemption ISD priests, long minus hidden in the dusty corners of church vaults, were open to the public. These documents revealed the detailed testimonies and accounts of the barbaric systems of slavery that Isabella and others had been subjected to. These testimonies, once buried beneath layers of historical amnesia, were now brought to light, shedding light on the vast network of raids, auctions, and slave markets that operated in the Mediterranean for centuries. Isabella's journey from the desperate captivity in Ailers to the eventual ransom and return to Europe became the backbone of this new understanding. Her writings, along with those of other ransom captives, were carefully preserved and translated. Documentaries were made, based on her testimony and the writings of the redemption ISD priests, to share with the world the full extent of the trauma faced by European captives. The survivors, now living in the fading shadows of their once thriving coastal villages, began to find a collective voice, thanks to the groundwork laid by Isabella's persistence. Meanwhile, the descendants of those who had been taken during the raids began to come together for reunions. Across Europe, there were gatherings where families once torn apart by the Corsairs could meet, share their histories, and find connections to long-lost relatives. For many, it was not just a journey of finding family members, but of reclaiming an identity that had been erased or distorted. It was an act of solidarity, a step toward healing, and a profound act of remembrance. These gatherings were not just for personal closure, but also served as a public reclamation of stolen histories, a way of ensuring that future generations would never forget the atrocities of the past. The impact of Isabella's legacy also had a lasting effect on the way that Europe, and the world at large, understood the dynamics of slavery. The history of the Barbary Corsair trade served as a critical counterpoint to the often narrowly defined narrative of European involvement in the transatlantic slave trade. It served as a reminder that slavery was a global institution, one that affected people across the globe in different ways, and that all victims of slavery, regardless of their origin, deserved to be remembered and honored. As the Foundation continued to grow, it expanded its work into the realm of legal advocacy, pushing for reparations for the descendants of captives, especially those who had been left behind by the ransoming system. These legal battles were long and difficult, often facing strong opposition from powerful institutions that had long maintained the status quo. Yet the persistence of the survivors' descendants, inspired by Isabella's own strength, gradually gained traction. Governments that had once turned a blind eye to the demands for reparations were slowly forced to confront their histories. Courts began to consider the claims of the surviving families, offering them compensation for the traumas their ancestors had endured. Sophia, now in her 40s, continued to be actively involved in the work of the foundation. She had returned to Vist after many years, reconnecting with the community that had once helped raise the ransom for her and others' freedom. Though her relationship with her mother remained complex, their bond was undeniably strong. Isabella's work had been foundational not just to her own survival but to the survival of her family as a whole. And while their family's story was filled with loss and pain, it was also one of immense resilience. Sophia was determined to keep that legacy alive by continuing the work her mother had started, even if it meant facing new obstacles and enduring the emotional weight of a life she had never fully chosen. Lucia, now a woman of deep conviction, had made her peace with her past. She had a family, a life, and a new identity built in Algiers. Yet there was a part of her that always held on to the memories of her mother. Every year, on the anniversary of their separation, she would send a letter, carefully crafted, to her mother. She would write about her children, about her life, and about the strange blend of gratitude and sorrow that she felt for the woman who had once been her other and who was now a figure whose shadow loomed over her life, even from across the sea. But for Isabella, the true victory was not in what she achieved in her lifetime, but in the legacy she left behind. Her name would live on in the hearts of those who came after her, in the stories shared by the survivors who gathered to remember what had been lost, and in the foundations that worked tirelessly to ensure that the forgotten histories would never be lost again. Isabella Ferrante's life was a testament to the power of memory, the persistence of hope, and the unyielding will to survive. Her story, once hidden in the darkest corners of history, now stood as a beacon for generations to come, a reminder that even in the face of unimaginable cruelty, the human spirit could endure, and the truth would always find its way to the surface. As the decades passed, Isabella's legacy became intertwined with the larger movement for justice, recognition, and reconciliation for the victims of the barbaric corsair trade. The work she had started was no longer confined to the small communities of the Mediterranean, but had expanded to international advocacy, where her aim was synonymous with courage, survival, and the fight for lost histories. Schools and universities incorporated her story into their curriculum, especially in courses about the history of slavery, colonialism, and Mediterranean geopolitics. Documentaries and books about her life reached wide audiences, ensuring that new generations would understand the breadth of the trans-European slave trade that had once been swept under the rug. Through global campaigns, descendants of the women captured in the raids began to unite and form international networks of solidarity. They established organizations that pushed for more robust support for descendants of Barbary captives. These organizations were instrumental in shaping public policy and raising awareness about how the consequences of this forgotten trade still shape the lives of the affected families. They helped sponsor programs to assist with the documentation of lost histories and continued to pressure governments to offer reparations. Isabella's role as one of the primary survivors of this long-neglected chapter in history remained central in public consciousness. Her story was now not just one of personal survival, but a rallying cry for those who had yet to reclaim their own histories. Her tireless work and eventual success in securing her daughter Sophia's freedom continued to serve as a symbol of hope, a reminder that even against seemingly insurmountable odds, survival, perseverance, and the pursuit of justice could bring about change. While Isabella's final years were marked by her dedication to the cause, they were also marked by an increasing need for personal healing. The trauma of captivity, the separation from her audience, and the years of struggle had taken their toll, but her sense of purpose had remained unwavering. She had been driven by a desire to help others, those still suffering in captivity, those whose voices had been silenced for too long, and those whose histories had been erased. But in her quieter moments, she also allowed herself to mourn, not just for what had been lost but for the immense emotional toll it had exacted. Sophia, now grown, had taken over much of the leadership within the foundation. Though her personal connection to Isabella remained complex, shaped by years of separation and the trauma of captivity, she felt a deep obligation to continue the work that her and others had started. For Sophia, it was a way of reclaiming her own history, her own sense of identity. Despite the challenges of their fractured relationship, Isabella had given her a sense of purpose, and for that she was forever grateful. Lucia Toon had built a life in Algiers, one that reflected the stark contrast of her experiences. She had been given a new name, a new family, and a new life, one that Isabella could never have predicted. But despite her efforts to distance herself from the past, she found herself seeking out information about the survivors, about those who had fought to reclaim their freedom. Lisha knew that she could never fully return to the life she had once had envisioned. But she also knew that Isabella's work had opened the door to a future where stories like theirs were finally being told and understood. For Isabella's children, this meant something profound. They were part of a larger movement to reclaim their identities and honor the legacies of those who had suffered before them. Both Sophia and Lucia understood that they were connected not just by blood, but by the shared experience of survival, resilience, and the ongoing work of ensuring that the stories of those who had come before them would never be forgotten. As Isabella's passing approached in the early 1500s, the final years of her life were spent in quiet reflection. She had witnessed the monumental changes that her work had set in motion, changes that she had never anticipated when she had first been captured and sold. The movements for justice, the recognition of the history of the Barbary Corsair raids, and the support systems for survivors were now global. Survivors no longer lived in the shadows. Their voices were being heard, on her deathbed, surrounded by her family, and those whose lives she had touched. Isabella Ferrante's legacy continued to shine brightly. Her final words were a quiet reflection on the life she had lived, the injustices she had witnessed, and the people she had fought for. "We survive for those who cannot," she whispered to Sophia, who held her hand. "We remember for those who are forgotten, and we fight for the future." Her passing marked the end of an era, but her spirit lived on, indelibly imprinted on the work that continued after her death. The fight for justice, for the recognition of lost histories, and for the redemption of the forgotten captives of the Barbary Corsair trade became an enduring movement, one that transcended Isabella's personal struggle and grew into a powerful global force for change. As the years passed, her name remained etched in the annals of history, not just as a survivor of captivity, but as a symbol of resistance, resilience, and the eternal fight to preserve human dignity against all odds. Isabella Ferrante's story, a tale of unimaginable hardship and quiet heroism, would never be forgotten again, and through her legacy, the world had learned to remember not just the history of the oppressed, but the strength of the human spirit that could never be completely broken. The foundation she had created, her tireless work, and the lives of those she touched ensured that her story and the stories of the countless others who had been silenced would live on for generations to come. History may have tried to forget them, but Isabella Ferrante had made sure that they would never be erased. As Isabella's legacy continued to grow, her foundation became a beacon of hope and action for the descendants of Barbary captives, ensuring that their stories too would never be forgotten. By the time of her passing, the movement she had initiated had led to a greater understanding of the complex dynamics of the Mediterranean slave trade, shining light on a chapter of history that had been buried in shame. Schools and universities across Europe and North Africa began offering courses on the transcontinental slave trade, the systematic erasure of captives' identities, and the subsequent fight for justice. The archive she helped to establish testimonies of survivors, redemption priests, accounts and documentation of the trade were preserved and open for public access. Historians from around the world could now study the intricacies of the raids, the lives of captives, and the networks that helped them survive. These archives, along with the testimonies of survivors who had worked with Isabella, became key to recontextualizing the historical narrative, showing that the victimization of Europeans in the hands of the Corsairs was not just an isolated occurrence, but part of a broader pattern of Mediterranean warfare, political turbulence, and economic exploitation. Isabella's efforts also led to the establishment of reparations programs for survivors and their descendants. Small but significant efforts were made to compensate those who had lost family members or were themselves caught in the violent upheaval of the Corsair raids. While full restitution was a monumental challenge, there was progress. Communities once decimated by the raids began receiving grants to preserve their cultural heritage, allowing for the restoration of homes, churches, and schools, while also providing scholarship opportunities for descendants of the enslaved. Throughout the years, her surviving daughter, Sophia, became a powerful voice for women and children caught in situations of captivity. Sophia's transition from a young girl in a foreign land to a formidable advocate for the enslaved was a testament to Isabella's influence on her. Their reunion, while bittersweet, had created a foundation of trust and shared purpose. Isabella had taught Sophia to never accept injustice, to always fight for those who couldn't fight for themselves. Lucia's story, in contrast, had unfolded differently. She had found her place within her new life in Algiers. Yet there remained a part of her that longed to understand her past. Though she had made a life for herself, her connection to her mother remained a complex emotional landscape. Lucia's own children had been raised with the knowledge of their mother's past and the story of the woman who had fought for their future. She had shared with them the sacrifices Isabella had made, albeit in a way that reflected the distance between her life in Algiers and her mother's life in Italy. Lucia never returned to Vest but quietly supported the movement that her mother had championed, using her position within her husband's household to discreetly pass information and resources to those fighting to reunite families torn apart by the Corsair raids. As for the foundation, it continued to grow under the stewardship of Sophia, who expanded its mission beyond the Mediterranean region. She sought out survivors from other regions, unearthing the hidden histories of European slavery and the impact it had on families for generations. Sophia also focused on modern-day slavery, advocating for the liberation of women and children trapped in contemporary human trafficking networks, using the lessons learned from her family's history to inform her activism. Isabella's story had now reached the ears of governments, and though the historical injustices remained large and daunting, legislative efforts began to take shape in Europe and North Africa. The European Union initiated collaborative projects with North African countries to provide education on the historical realities of the Barbary course. They trained to address its long-lasting effects. Efforts were made to provide resources for communities who had lost generations of men, women, and children, helping them rebuild in ways that were culturally sensitive, while also acknowledging the horrific legacy of the past. The descendants of survivors began to network, forming organizations that acted as vocal advocates for preserving the history of their ancestors and pushing for greater reparations. These organizations, like Isabella's Foundation, lobbied for the recognition of these lost histories in museums, schools, and universities. But despite the progress, there remained an unspoken truth that was difficult for many to bear. No matter how much the world remembered, there would always be a void, a space where the lost stories of the forgotten captives would never truly be filled. Isabella's own grandchildren, like Sophia's children, would live in the shadow of that void. And yet, even in that space of absence, they carried forward the legacy of resilience, defiance, and the unwavering commitment to ensuring that no one was ever forgotten again. Isabella Ferrante's name would never be forgotten, not just for the incredible work she did to unearth and memorialize the history of the Barbary Corsairs, but for the life she led, one of unparalleled strength, determination, and a never-ending pursuit of justice. Her story lived on in the movement she built, in the lives of her daughters, and in the collective memory of those whose lives were forever changed by the Corsair trade. As each year passed, new generations took up the cause, inspired by the woman who had once been a captive and then a fighter, a mother who had lived through unimaginable loss but never ceased to believe in the power of survival and the capacity to make change. Her life was the embodiment of hope, and in that hope, the future would always have room for justice. Isabella Ferrante had not only survived history, she had reshaped it, leaving behind a legacy that ensured that the women and children taken by the Corsairs would never be forgotten again. As the years turned into decades, Isabella's legacy continued to influence generations that followed, both in Europe and North Africa. Her foundation evolved into a globally recognized organization, uniting activists, historians, and philanthropists from around the world to continue the work she had started. Its efforts were no longer confined to just the Mediterranean or to the descendants of Barbary captives. It became a platform for addressing historical injustices, slavery, and the forgotten narratives of marginalized peoples across the globe. Sophia, now a respected elder, stood at the helm of the organization, but she had also found peace with her past. She had worked tirelessly to locate the remaining relatives of those who had been captured and sold into slavery, ensuring that their stories were given a voice. Through her, the legacy of her mother lived on. Sophia had adopted the mantle of advocating for the silenced and the unseen. Her work, alongside other dedicated individuals, created global dialogues about the transatlantic slave trade, the Barbary slave trade, and the plight of modern-day enslaved individuals. It opened the door for collaborative studies, where the historical context of slavery was studied in a more intersectional way, understanding that it was not a singular event but a series of intertwined systems that exploited human beings for profit, regardless of geography or ethnicity. The network of redemption ISD priests that Isabella had once relied on also expanded, with Father Miguel's work immortalized to the written records he left behind. These priests, many of whom had been trained by Father Miguel, continued to engage in ransoming efforts, but also provided vital resources and information for the now-minus global abolitionist movement. Father Miguel's legacy became a touchstone for those committed to freeing captives from the Mediterranean slave trade, ensuring that future generations would never forget the lessons of resilience, resistance, and the power of community action. Though Lucian ever returned to her mother, her contributions in her adopted home did not go unnoticed. The children she had raised, her family, now formed a bridge between the two worlds: Isabella's world of survival and resistance, and the world Lucia had built in Algiers, shaped by new values, culture, and relationships. They too became part of the extended family of survivors, working quietly in their own way to preserve the past and safeguard the futures of those still caught in modern slavery. Isabella's legacy as an advocate for those who were enslaved began to influence social and political leaders. She became a symbol of how the oppressed could rise against seemingly insurmountable odds. Her story was now taught in schools, discussed in universities, and shared in documentaries that stretched across borders. Leaders from both Europe and North Africa visited her grave, marking it as a sacred site, a reminder that the past, no matter how painful, must never be erased. In the villages she had once called home, memorials were erected, not just for her but for all the women and men who had fallen victim to the coarser trade, and for the villages that had been wiped off the map, their histories lost in the mist of time. As memorials became places where people could come to reflect on what had been taken and to honor those who fought to retrieve it. In the Mediterranean, the stories of Isabella Ferrante, Fatima, Maria, and countless other women became part of the shared consciousness. The people who once viewed them as victims now recognized their power, their agency, and their immense contributions to the world. And so, as the years continued to pass, Isabella's name and her story remained alive. She had not only fought to reclaim her own life, but in doing so she had also secured the memory of all those whose lives had been forgotten. By the time of her death, she had seen the first seeds of a revolution take root, one where the forgotten histories of women and children in captivity were no longer silenced. She died surrounded by those who had carried on her work. In her final days, she reflected not just on the pain she had endured, but on the triumphs. Her daughters, both grown into women whose lives had been forever altered by the circumstances of their youth, had lived through their own versions of survival, shaped by their mother's resilience, each in her own way. In her final breath, Isabella knew that the story she had fought so hard to preserve, the truth she had dedicated her life to sharing, would never be forgotten. And that truth, carried by generations to come, would continue to inspire those who understood the value of remembering, the value of never letting the past slip quietly away. Her work, her voice, and her determination to fight for those who had no voice would be remembered for centuries to come, ensuring that the hidden history of the Barbary corsairs would always be told, that the sacrifices of those like her would never be forgotten, and that their legacy would inspire future generations to fight for justice, equality, and the freedom of every human being. Isabella Ferrante's journey through unimaginable horrors had transformed her into something more than just a survivor. She had become a beacon, a voice for those whose names had been erased from history. She had taken what was stolen from her, her freedom, her family, her identity, and used it to reclaim not just her life but the lives of others. In her later years, as she watched the growth of the movement she had inspired, Isabella often thought of the village of Vist, the place she had once known so well. The sounds of the fishing boats, the laughter of her children, and the quiet rhythms of daily life that had been ripped away in one night. She often wondered if, in some corner of the world, her daughters still remembered the warmth of her embrace. A relentless drive to reunite with them had shaped every decision she had made after her capture, and although she had not succeeded in bringing Lucia back, her work with Father Miguel had made it possible for Sofia to return to Europe. They were finally reunited to women who had once been torn apart by the brutality of slavery, each bearing the scars of their experiences, yet still standing, still alive. Isabella's legacy wasn't just one of survival but of reinvention. She had reshaped the lives of countless women, advocated tirelessly for the ransoming of captives, and exposed the dark corners of history that had been too long forgotten. Her death, though it marked the end of her personal story, did not signal the end of her work. She had built an network of support, one that continued to push for change and remembrance in her absence. And Emery lived on in the thousands of women whose stories were finally being heard, whose struggles and resilience had been recognized. She was remembered not just as a victim, but as a forsame other, a survivor, a fighter who never gave up on the idea of reclaiming what had been stolen from her. And in the decades to come, her name would remain synonymous with the fight for the rights of those who were lost in the shadows, those whose stories had never been told. Sophia, now grown, continued the work her mother had begun. She became an advocate in her own right, traveling through Europe, speaking to those who had never known the truth about the Barbary corsairs and the captives they had taken. Through her, Isabella's message continued to spread, her legacy woven into the fabric of modern human rights campaigns. Lucia, far away, had built a life that could never be truly reconciled with the past. She had married, had children, and raised a family, but deep within her, the echoes of her and others' voice and the memories of Vist lingered. Though she had chosen not to return to Europe, her decision was never an easy one. She had become someone different, shaped by the years she had spent far from the world she had known. And so, Isabella's story, her suffering, her survival, her quest for hard orders became the foundation for a movement that spanned continents, that gave voice to the silenced, and that ensured the forgotten stories of women like her would never fade again. Her life was a testament to the strength of the human spirit, to the power of hope, and to the importance of remembering the past. Isabella Ferrante had fought not just for her own freedom but for the freedom of others, ensuring that history would remember those who had been lost, erased, and overlooked. Her story ended, but the ripple of her impact would continue, spreading through the generations, inspiring those who would fight for justice, equality, and the freedom of all people, no matter where they came from, what they looked like, or what history tried to erase. The last words of Isabella Ferrante, as she lay on her deathbed, were simple: remember us. And in doing so, the world would remember that it was not the strength of one woman that had changed the course of history, but the persistence of a mother who refused to forget her children, and a survivor who refused to let the past slip away into silence. Her name would forever stand as a symbol of resilience, and her story, no longer hidden, would live on for as long as there were those who understood the true cost of forgetting and the importance of remembering. Metal presses against her mouth. It tastes like blood. Claudia Severina is 20-6 years old. The iron collar cuts into the soft skin of her neck. Every breath rubs metal against flesh. The air smells old, stone, rot fresh urine. These chambers are underground, deep beneath the Flavian amphitheater. Through the walls, she hears men training. Grunts, shouts, wood striking wood, men preparing to kill or die. She waits, not for freedom, for instructions. She waits to learn how she will be used. Before her death arrives, 6 days ago she was someone else. She was the daughter of Senator Marcus Claudius Assius, raised in a villa above the Bay of Naples, taught by Greek tutors, trained in poetry, rhetoric, and law. She was engaged to a powerful family, a man whose relatives controlled much of the olive trade in the West. Now she kneels on wet stone. She is in the hypogeum, the maze beneath the arena. Cells, tunnels, darkness in both directions. Her silk stole is gone, replaced by a rough cloth shift. It barely covers her body. Her jeweled rings are gone. In their place, iron shackles. Her wrists chained to the collar at her throat. She is marked, property of the arena. Around her, other women kneel in their cells. Some cry. Some whisper prayers. Some stare forward silent, their eyes empty, as if they have already left their bodies behind. Eamon approaches. He stops outside her cell. He is about 30, broad shoulders, scarred arms, a body shaped by years of violence. Every movement is controlled, efficient, deliberate. His face is handsome in a broken way, features once attractive, then shattered, set again by bone and steel. He wears a simple gladiator's tunic, but a gold band circles his arm. They champion, an elite fighter. Victories have bought him privileges, Privileges others do not get. His eyes move over her body. Not desire. Assessment. Like someone judging livestock. This is the senator's daughter, he asks. A second voice answers from behind him. Claudius Everina. Condemned for poisoning her husband. Execution scheduled for the Ludi Romani. 7 days. 7 days. The gladiator smiles. The smile is wrong. Predatory. That's a long time, he says. What's the assignment? Standard disposition, the voice replies. She's yours if you want her. The list was approved this morning. She needs his name. She needs to know who owns her fate. He steps closer to the bars. Reaches through. His fingers lift her chin. Force her face upward. He studies her. Good quality, he says. Not like the usual trash. This one mattered once. She swallows. She does not look away. She refuses to show fear. Even as fear coils inside her stomach. She speaks. What is your name? The question surprises him. Condemned prisoners do not ask questions. They beg. They cry. They bargain. They do not speak as equals. Titus, he says. That they call me Magnus. He smiles again. Magnus the Destroyer. I have killed 40-7 men in this arena. But I have never lost. He leans closer. For the next 7 days, you belong to me. He laughs. You belong to your father. Then to your husband. Now to the arena. That is how property works, he says. It passes from hand to hand. Until it's used up. I did not kill my husband, Claudia says. I don't care, Magnus replies. The court says you did. He turns to the guard. Open the cell. Keys rattle. Iron scrapes stone. The door swings open. Magnus steps inside. The space feels smaller. The walls closer. You can walk, he says. Or I can drag you. He smiles. Dragging is more fun for me. She stands. She chooses to walk. What you are about to hear was cleaned out of the official story. When people talk about Roman gladiators, they talk about spectacle. They talk about skill. They talk about crowds. They write about famous fighters. Their wins. Their styles. Their deaths. They describe the arenas. The engineering. The animal hunts. The politics. They frame it as sport. As entertainment. As Roman order controlling violence. But every arena had a second world. A world beneath the sand. The hypogeum. A network of tunnels. Cages, storage rooms. And cells. A working machine that fed the show above. And inside that machine, condemned people waited. Not only for their executions. Those were scheduled. Fixed. Certain. They waited for the days before. The days when they were no longer citizens. No longer protected by law. No longer seen as fully human. They were a property. And anyone with the right authority could claim that property. Tonight, you are going to learn what that meant. You will learn how the underground system functioned. How power worked down there. Who had privileges and why. You will learn why certain gladiators gain access to condemned prisoners. And why women were treated as rewards. You will learn about Claudius of Arena. A woman condemned for a crime she says she did not commit. A woman who entered the hypogeum as property. A woman placed under the control of a champion. She had 7 days before her public death. 7 days inside a system designed to break people early. And if you want the full truth of Roman arena culture, you have to look below the sand. Because the fighters were only part of the story. The underground was the part Rome preferred to forget. But before I tell you what happened in Magnus' quarters, and what Claudia saw in those tunnels, and how she searched for a way to survive what should have been unsurvivable, I need to take you back. I need to explain the hypogeum. I need to explain the economy of the condemned, because you can't understand Claudia's danger without understanding why the system needed her suffering. The hypogeum was a city under a city. Most major arenas had one, but the Flavian amphitheater had the biggest. A full labyrinth under the floor above, tunnels crossing like veins, chambers stacked with tools, cages lined in rows, and it was advanced. Human-powered elevators lifted platforms upward. Cages, beasts, prisoners, all rising through trapdoors. To the crowd, it looked like magic. Like animals appeared from nowhere. But it was not magic. It was labor. It was planning. There were storage rooms for costumes, weapons, props, stage pieces. Because Rome loved theatrical death. not just execution but performance. Yet the Hypogeuum was more than equipment. It had rules, a hierarchy, a social order that didn't match the world outside. And at the top of that underground order were certain gladiators. Not all of them, only the champions, the ones with fame, the ones who won, the ones who made the crowd roar. A man like Magnus had more real power underground than many free citizens had above ground. He ate better than the poor. He lived in private rooms. Gods listened to him. Officials made space for him. And he had access to condemned prisoners. No tablet of law said it out loud. No senator wrote it into rules. But everyone understood it. It was normal. It was routine. It was woven into arena life. The logic was simple. Condemned prisoners were already dead. Their end was booked. Their day was chosen. So what happened before that day was treated as irrelevant. They belonged to the arena. And the arena could use its property. Arena managers also had a problem. Condemned prisoners did not die the moment they arrived. Sometimes they waited days. Sometimes weeks. They had to be housed, controlled, fed just enough to keep them alive. And women had a specific value in this economy. Male prisoners could be used for training, for drills, for practice, for humiliation. Women were used differently. They could be assigned as service, as company, as rewards, as entertainment, whatever the person claiming them wanted. And the cruelty of the system was this. The women were going to die anyway, so people pretended nothing before the death mattered. That is how the underground stayed invisible. No one wrote it down. Or if they did, it did not survive. Because it would have ruined the clean story of Roman glory. This is the system Claudia has fallen into. This is the world she is learning to read. And this is the reason she has 7 days. To find something that looks like a path out. Magnus' quarters are not what she expects. He leads her through corridors, past cells, past cages, past doors with iron bars, then into a private suite. Not a single room, a set of rooms. There is a real bed, real linens, a table with chairs, shelves, personal items. It looks like a home buried under an arena. Claudia stops without meaning to. Magnus notices. Surprised, he asks. Champions get privileges, he says. 5140 - 7 fights. That buys comfort. He gestures around. It looks like a home because it is a home. He speaks without pride. Almost flat. The only home I've had since I was sold to the school at 14. He points at a chair. Sit. She sits. Her body is tense. Her mind is racing. She expects violence. A reminder of power. Instead he pours wine. Real wine. Not sour vinegar. He sets a cup in front of her. Then he speaks like a man starting a conversation. You said you didn't kill your husband. He watches her closely. Tell me. Claudia does not trust him. She does not understand it. Why do you care? She asks. I don't, he says. Not really. He shrugs. But you don't act like the usual women. He looks at her like a puzzle. You have pride. You speak like you expect to be heard. That's either stupidity, he says, or you believe you matter. She studies him. Talking buys time. Time is oxygen. So she talks. My marriage was arranged, she says. Business. My father's connections. His family's money. I did not love him, she admits. Neither did he. But we were learning to live together. We were married 18 months. Then he died. At a dinner. Poison in his wine. Magnus does not blink. I was blamed, Claudia continues. Because I argued with him earlier that day. Because I asked the cook about herbs. Because I was the easy answer. Who benefits? Magnus asks. His brother, Claudia says. Gaius Petronius. He gained everything when my husband died without a child. He pushed the accusation the loudest. She keeps her voice steady. My trial was rushed. My father wasn't allowed to speak. My witnesses were blocked. The verdict was chosen before the first word. Because money moved. Because powerful friends wanted the story simple. Magnus sits back. He thinks. Then he speaks slowly. None of that changes your sentence. You're still condemned. You still die in 7 days. Claudia lifts her chin. But it should change how you treat me. Magnus gives a short laugh. Should it? Yes, she says. Because down here you still have choices. He holds his gaze. You can treat me as a thing, or you can treat me like a person who was destroyed by men who needed a scapegoat. Magnus is silent. For a long moment he looks almost tired. Then he speaks. I've had many women pass through these rooms, he says. Over 15 years. Most cried. Some fought until they calmed. Some tried to bargain. He looks at her. None asked me to be better. Claudia's throat tightens. Did any of it help them? She asks. No, Magnus says. They still died. He pauses. But what happened before their deaths mattered to them. He stands. He walks to the door and calls for a guard. Bring bedding, he orders. A second pallet. The senator's daughter sleeps separately. The god looks confused, but he nods. A champion's word is not debated. When the guard leaves, Magnus turns back. You have your 7 days, he says. I won't touch you unless you ask. Claudia stares at him. Her mind cannot accept the words yet. Magnus continues, colder now. Do not confuse this with rescue. This is not salvation. This is time. When the Ludi arrive, you will die as scheduled. I cannot change that. And even if I could, he adds, I would not break the arena's rules for you. You are condemned. Condemned people die. Claudia nods once. I understand, she says. Magnus studies her. Good. Because some women mistake mercy for protection. They think if they are useful enough, someone will spare them. He shakes his head. The arena takes everyone in the end. It will take you too. Claudia's voice stays calm. I understand. She adds quietly. I have 7 days. Magnus asks, 7 days for what? Claudia does not answer. Not yet. Because she is still building the answer inside her head. Night changes the hyperdome. During the day, the underground hums. Footsteps echo. Weapons strike wood. Animals roar behind iron bars. Administrators move with scrolls and schedules. Everything is timed. Everything is measured. Death runs on order. But at night, the order loosens. Torches burn low. Shadows stretch. Sounds travel farther through stone. The high presume breathes. Claudia lies on the pallet Magnus ordered for her. Thin bedding. But separate. She stares at the ceiling she cannot see. She listens. Somewhere, a woman cries. The sound rises. Then breaks. Somewhere else, men speak in low voices. Guards. Gladiators. She cannot hear the words. She hears other sounds too. Rhythmic. Urgent. Unmistakable. Stone walls do not block everything. She understands now. What Magnus offered her is not normal. What she hears through the walls is normal. Women being taken. Is discarded. Women who will die soon anyway. The arena does not care what happens before death. Only that the death happens on schedule. Claudia closes her eyes. She does not sleep. She thinks. Magnus did not spare her out of fear. Or kindness alone. Something in her words reached him. Something he had not heard before. That means something still exists inside him. That the arena has not destroyed. That matters. Exceptions depend on choices. Choices depend on reasons. If she wants this mercy to last, she must understand why he gave it. Morning comes with iron sounds. Keys boots. The daily machine waking up. Magnus rises early. He dresses for training. You stay here, he tells her. My quarters are private. Food will come. If you need to relieve yourself, there's a pot. He looks at her carefully. Do not leave these rooms. What happens if I do? She asks. He does not soften his voice. You become unclaimed. My protection is personal, not official. If you are found alone in the hyperdome, you are available to anyone. He understands. Guards. Gladiators. Officials. Anyone. Magnus adds one more thing. The others are not like me. The younger fighters share cells. They share everything. When a woman becomes available, they do not wait. I will stay, Claudia says. Magnus nods and leaves. The door closes. For the first time since her arrest, Claudia is alone. Alone with silence. With time. She begins to observe. Magnus' quarters are modest but solid. Not rich. Not bare. A life built slowly. Shelves line the wall. Books. That surprises her. She moves closer. Greek texts. Philosophy. Epictetus. Marcus Aurelius. Stoics. Teachings about control. About accepting fate. About inner choice. A gladiator who reads philosophy. A killer who studies how to live well. The contradiction matters. A man shaped by stoicism may respond to reason, not only appetite. She keeps looking. A desk. Papiers. Ink writing tools. Unusual here. In a drawer, she finds a key. Small. Iron hidden. She does not touch it. She memorizes its place. Magnus returns later, sweat shining on his skin. Training has sharpened him. Yuri still hears. He says, "You told me to stay." "I told you to stay," he agrees. "How did you spend your morning?" Thinking, Claudia replies, "Learning where I am." He washes at the basin. "You don't have options," he says casually. "Everyone has options," she replies. "Some just lead to death faster." Magnus turns. "What options do you see?" "I could try to escape," she says. "The tunnels exist. I would probably be caught and killed. But not certainly." He nods. "Unlikely. What else?" "I could appeal my conviction," she says. "My father still has influence." Magnus shakes his head. She is right. He failed. The games want you. That tells her something important. Her death is not justice. It is programming. "What else?" Magnus asks. "I could accept it," she says. "Prepare for death. That's what most do." "I am not most," Claudia replies. Magnus watches her. "There is another option," she says slowly. "I could look for allies." Magnus' eyes narrow slightly. "Allies where?" "People who benefit if I live," she says. "Or people who benefit if others are embarrassed." Magnus is quiet. "You need information," he says. "Yes." He studies her. "You are not what I expected." "What did you expect?" "A noble woman who breaks," he says. "Who thanks me for mercy and waits to die." "I am grateful," Claudia says. "That gratitude does not require surrender." Magnus leans back. Then he says something unexpected. "There is a man who wants to sabotage the games." Her heart tightens. "He is a rival editor," Magnus continues. "Sextus Aurelius Marcellus. He wants my help. He has promised to buy my freedom." Claudia does not interrupt. "And?" she asks. "And your survival would help him," Magnus says. "If the senator's daughter disappears." The editor looks weak. Her mind races. "Why tell me this?" "Because I need leverage," Magnus replies. "Marcellus may betray me after he wins." Claudia understands. She speaks carefully. "If I live," she says, "my father will owe you a senator's debt. That is leverage." Magnus considers. "That may be enough," he says. "Then, we have alignment," Claudia replies. "We have possibility," Magnus corrects. "Not hope, but possibility is oxygen." Night falls again. This time, Claudia listens differently. The sounds are the same. But now she knows she is not helpless. She is inside a system. And systems can be bent. When interests collide. She has 6 days left. And now she has a direction. The next days settle into a pattern. Daylight belongs to waiting. Claudia stays inside Magnus's quarters. She does not step into the corridors. She does not draw attention. Invisibility is safety. She reads. The Stoics speak in calm sentences. They divide the world cleanly. What you control, what you do not. You control choice. You control response. You do not control fate. The words are not comfort. They are tools. At night, Magnus returns. They talk. Not like captor and captive. Like to people calculating survival. Claudia speaks about the Petronius household. About Gaius Petronius. About debts hidden behind respectable trade. About smuggling routes. About brides paid quietly. About affairs that could ruin reputations. Magnus listens without interruption. He understands leverage. Power in the hypodrome is not muscle alone. It is information. In return, Magnus shares what he knows. The editor of the games, Publius Cumdus. His promise to spectacle. A senator's daughter. Public death. Maximum attention. Seats already sold. Boasts already made. Breaking that promise would humiliate him. Marcellus knows this. Marcellus is patient. He never builds a plan with one thread. He builds nets. The escape, Magnus explains, will not happen quietly. It will happen during chaos. The Ludi Romani pull thousands into the stands. Security stretches thin. Eyes turn upward. The hypodrome empties. Guards watch the sand, not the tunnels. That is the window. Claudia listens. And you, she asks. By fight, Magnus says. As scheduled. No one suspects the champion who performs. And afterward? Afterward, Magnus says. Confusion protects everyone. The risk is enormous. Failure means torture. Public death. But certainty already waits for Claudia. Risk is the only direction left. I will do it, she says. Magnus nods. Then we prepare. She writes. For hours. Details. Names. Routes. Transactions. Not emotion. Evidence. The truth, shaped so it cannot be ignored. Magnus reads everything. This is strong, he says. Strong enough to scare powerful men. He seals the papers. Locks them away. Insurance. On the sixth night the door opens unexpectedly. Eamon enters. Older. Heavy. Confident. He wears the tunic of authority. I am Publius Cumdus, he says. Editor of the games. The room feels colder. You know why you are here, he continues. And I know what you've been planning. Claudia does not speak. Cumdus smiles. Magnus was arrested an hour ago. He holds up a document. Confession. Your escape was part of a sabotage. Tomorrow he dies. Claudia's chest tightens. And you? Cumdus asks. You will die publicly. Slowly. He leaves. Guards replace the door. The sanctuary is gone. Night passes without sleep. Claudia thinks again. Not about escape. About timing. Magnus is alive. For now, chaos is still possible. Morning comes. Guards arrive. They lead her through corridors. She watches everything. The layout. The guard positions. She notices something else. The Hypogum is understaffed. People are missing. Something has already begun. In a nearby cell, she sees Magnus. Beaten. Bound. But alive. Their eyes meet. He is not broken. Then it happens. An explosion. Stone shakes. Shouting. Guards run. Magnus moves. Violently. The lock on Claudia's cell gives way. She runs. Not blindly. Guided. Someone waits at a service gate. Senis's daughter, the man asks. Yes. Follow me. They move fast. Upward. Light explodes into her vision. She is outside. A cart waits. The driver snaps the reins. Rome falls behind her. Behind her, the arena roars. Chaos covers tracks. Later, the truth surfaces. Claudia survives. The Petronius crimes are exposed. Gaius Petronius falls. Magnus survives. Freed. Manumitted. Cumdus loses everything. History records disruption. It does not record how. But Claudia does. She writes it all down. And that is why we know. Because history often forgets the victims. And survival sometimes depends on refusing to disappear. The games went on. From the stands, most people saw confusion. Noise. Delays. Some blamed poor planning. Others blamed bad luck. Very few understood what had actually happened. Claudia Severina did not die in the arena. She vanished. And in Rome, disappearance can be more dangerous than death. Weeks later she reappeared at her father's estate. Alive. Then changed. She did not speak publicly at first. She worked quietly. Documents moved. Testimony followed. The Petronius household collapsed under investigation. Smuggling. Debt bribes. The murder of Quintus Petronius was reopened. A slave confessed. The truth surfaced slowly. No magistrate publicly admitted error. But no one tried to execute Claudia again. That was enough. Magnus the Destroyer was never seen in the arena again. Official records say he died during unrest. Unofficial records say he left Rome that same year. A freed man. Living far from the sand, Publius Cumdus lost his position. Not overnight, but completely. His rivals circled. Blame accumulated. Rome does not forgive embarrassment. Claudia lived another 30 for years. She never married again. She managed estates. She read philosophy. She wrote. Not for fame. Not for justice. For memory. Her account survived because it was copied quietly. Passed through families. Preserved in fragments. It tells us what official histories do not. That the arena was not just spectacle. It was infrastructure. That beneath every cheer was a system. And inside that system were people erased before they ever reached the sand. Women like Claudia, women who did not survive. Dozens passed through Magnus's quarters before her. Hundreds through others. Most left no record. Only scheduled deaths. Claudia was not typical. She was an exception. And exceptions proved the rule. The high podium consumed people. The arena required silence. Rome remembered the fighters. It forgot the condemned. That forgetting was deliberate. Because remembering would have changed the story. Remember Claudia Severina. Remember the woman who asked a gladiator to choose differently. Remember Magnus who proved that choice still existed even inside a machine built to remove it. Remember the world beneath the sand. Because history often celebrates power and hides what power consumes. And survival sometimes belongs not to the strongest, but to the ones who understand systems and refuse to disappear inside them. The skin still smells burned. The iron is gone. But the heat is not. Serena is 20-6. She is kneeling on cold stone. Her forehead throbs like it has its own heartbeat. She can taste metal in her mouth. She can smell smoke on her hair. She can feel the stamped letters swelling under her skin. FUG, one short word. One prominent sentence. Through the ringing in her ears, she still hears them laughing. The men who pinned her down. The men who joked while the iron touched her face. 14 days ago, Serena lived inside a senator's villa. She was a household slave. Not a field worker. Not a mine slave. Not a body thrown away. She could read. She could write. She handled letters and numbers. She kept accounts. She managed small tasks that required trust. Some masters even spoke to her like she was almost a person. Almost. Now she is in a different world. A labor facility near Laurentum. Stone walls. Iron chains. Rules written in pain. She's chained to a post in an open courtyard. Her wrists are locked. Her knees press into damp ground. This post has held hundreds of women before her. Some screamed. Some begged. Some went quiet. Serena is waiting to learn what comes next. She's been told the brand is only the first mark. There will be others, they said. Different marks for different lessons. Around her, more women kneel in rows. Some have fresh burns like Serena. Their faces still wet from tears. Others carry older scars. The kind that is hardened into ugly lines. A few stare forward with empty eyes. Like their minds already left. Like the body is still here only because the system still owns it. One woman beside Serena does not react at all. Not to the shouting. Not to the chains. Not to the smell of burned skin. She looks like a shell. Then a man enters the courtyard. He walks like he owns the air. He is about 40-5. His hair is thinning. His hands are clean. His clothes are better than the guards. He has the calm of someone who has watched suffering for years. And no longer feels anything. Serena learned his name from whispers. Quintus Cu alias DUS. Administrator. Judge. Designer of punishments. He decides who goes to the quarries. Who goes to the mines. Who disappears into jobs no one describes out loud. He stops in front of Serena. He looks at the brand. He smiles like he is admiring good work. The senators run away, he says. His voice is mild. That makes it worse. The one who stayed free for 12 days. He crouches. He tilts her chin up with 2 fingers. Not gentle. Not rough. Just careless. You should have known better, he says. A villa slave. Educated. Comfortable. You had more than most slaves ever get. And you threw it away for 12 days. Serena forces herself to breathe. I had reasons, she says. DUS chuckles. They all have reasons. The reasons do not matter. What matters is this. You ran. You were caught. And now you belong to this place. He stands again. Then he pauses, like a man remembering a small curiosity. Tell me your reasons, he says. His eyes narrow. I want to know what makes a person choose stupidity. Serena swallows. She can feel the brand pulling when she moves her brow. My daughter, she says. She was sold 6 months ago. To a buyer in Ostia. I ran to find her. DUS's face changes slightly. Not sympathy. Something colder. Something calculating. Your daughter, he repeats, like he is tasting the idea. A child born into slavery. Sold away from her mother. He nods. This happens every day. Slaves do not have families. Not in law. Not in any way that matters. Serena's voice shakes, but she holds it steady. I knew that, she says. But she is 8. And the man who bought her. She hesitates. The US leans in slightly. Go on. Serena chooses her words carefully. People said he wanted children for things I could not accept. The US laughs. A sharp sound. A happy sound. A sound that does not belong near chains. Accept, he says. Your property. Acceptance is not required. Your daughter is property too. What her owner does is his concern. Not yours. Serena's throat tightens. She is my child, she says. The US lifts a hand. Like he is correcting a student. She is a slave. He points at Serena's brand. And you were Senator Valerie's slave. The bond you imagine between mother and child does not exist here. It barely exists in practice. He turns to the gods. Mark her for the special assignment, he says. She has spirit. That will make her useful. Serena's stomach drops. Guards step forward. Hands grab her arms. The chain is unlocked from the post. Her body is lifted, dragged, half-minus carried toward the doorway. Stone turns into shadow. Serena fights to keep her voice calm. What special assignment, she asks. The US smiles again. This time the smile is slow, like he enjoys the moment. You will learn soon enough, he says. The women assigned to it last 3 or 4 weeks. The strong ones sometimes reach 6. He looks Serena up and down. You look strong. Maybe you'll set a record. Serena is pulled through the doorway. Before the darkness swallows her, she sees the courtyard again. The US is already walking toward the next woman, ready to deliver another decision. Like this is routine. Like this is accounting. What you are about to hear is not the version of Roman slavery that survives in polite history. Roman writers loved to explain slavery as a system. They talked about laws, property rights, contracts. They discussed manumission, the hope of freedom. They argued in philosophy schools about whether slavery was natural, as if the debate itself was clean. They counted bodies like tools. They did not describe what happened to slaves who ran, because running was the one thing Rome could not allow to seem possible. If slaves believed escape could work, the empire would shake. So the punishment for escape had to do more than hurt one person. It had to teach everyone else. It had to kill hope. That is why the brand exists. FUGA mark burned into the face. A mark that cannot be hidden. A mark that says, this one tried. This one failed. And after the brand comes the next stage. Facilities. Processing centers built for runaways. Places where punishment is organized. Systematic. Repeatable. Some runaways were sent to mines, where life expectancy could be measured in months. Some were sent to brutal labor camps, where the work was meant to end them. Some were sent to places with special assignments. The documents rarely explain those assignments in detail. The system did not like to write those things down. But survivors' whispers tell the truth. Some facilities made money from what happened to runaways at night. Money that polite society pretended did not exist. Runaways were considered damaged goods. No owner expected them back in perfect condition. That meant administrators felt free to treat them as disposable. And disposable people are profitable. The Laurent and Ile Aber facility was one of the worst. Hundreds of runaways passed through every year. Most were sent to quarries or heavy farm labor. But some, the ones with spirit, the ones who ran for reasons that meant they might try again, were given special work. Work designed to break them fast. Work designed to become a story. Because Rome did not just punish escape. Rome advertised the cost of escape. Now go back to Serena. She is dragged into the interior of the facility, down a corridor that smells of old sweat and stone. She's thrown into a cell. Small. They're 8 feet by 6. Stone floor. Stone walls. An iron grate for a door. An iron grate for a window. A thin pallet in one corner. A bucket in the other. An oil lamp mounted outside the bars. It stays lit all night. No true darkness. No privacy. No hiding. And Serena is not alone. Another woman sits in a cell. Older. Mid-30s. Her forehead also bears the FUG mark. And there are other scars too. Old lines on her arms. Signs of time. She looks at Serena and speaks without emotion. New arrival, she says. Special assignment. Serena's mouth is dry. That's what he said. The woman nods slowly. And you have for weeks, she says. Maybe 3. Serena stares at her. Yuri's still here. The woman lets out a small laugh. No humor. I'm at 6, she says. I am apparently exceptional. She shifts her weight. My name used to be Calpurnia. Now I'm just number 40-7. They'll give you a number ting. Serena's heart beats hard. What is the special assignment? She asks. Calpurnia is silent for a moment. Then she answers in a flat voice. Daytime is the quarry. Stone. Dust. Heavy loads. That part is brutal but survivable. Strong women can do quarry work for years. Serena leans forward. And nights? Calpurnia does not look away. The facility makes money, she says. Men pay for access. Men who want things they cannot do in public. Men who prefer victims who cannot complain. Serena feels cold spread through her chest. How often, she asks. Calpurnia exhales. Every night, she says. Sometimes more than once. The administrator maximizes profit. We are considered disposable. And that is what kills most women. Quarry work breaks the body. The nights break what's left. She pauses. Most stop eating by week 2. Most stop sleeping by week 3. By week 4, most stop entirely. Serena sits back. The horror is no longer a rumor. It is scheduled. It begins tonight. She has hours to think, hours to plan, hours to decide how she will survive the first night. Calpurnia watches her carefully. Serena forces her voice steady. You've lasted 6 weeks, she says. How? Calpurnia studies her. Then she asks something Serena doesn't expect. Why do you want to survive? Serena answers immediately. My daughter, she says. She's in Ostia. If I die here, she has no one. Calpurnia's eyes harden. Your daughter is property, she says. What happens to her will happen whether you live or die. Serena shakes her head. If I live, there's a chance. If I get out, I can reach her. There has to be a way. Calpurnia is quiet. Then she speaks. And her voice changes slightly. Not soft, but less empty. There is a God, she says. His name is Marcus. He is not like the others. He brings extra food. He warns me when the worst men are scheduled. He says he is working on a way out. Serena's breath catches. How do I find him? Calpurnia lies back on her pallet. You don't, she says. He finds you. If he decides you're worth helping. Then, like a door closing, her voice goes flat again. Sleep while you can. Tonight will be the worst night of your life. And tomorrow will be worse. Serena lies on the pallet. She stares at the dim light outside the bars. She thinks of her daughter Lucia, 8 years old, sold away. She thinks of the word on her forehead, refugee. She thinks of the night coming. And she thinks of the guard named Marcus. She does not know if he is real. She does not know if help is coming. But she knows one thing. She ran for a reason. And she will not let that reason die in this place. Not yet. The gods come for her after the evening meal. The meal is thin soup. A piece of bread. Enough to keep a body working. Not enough to comfort it. Serena forces herself to eat every bite. Her stomach twists in protest. Her hands shake. But she eats. Calpurnia watches her closely. Good, she says. Most women don't. The corridor is narrow and warm. Oil lamps line the walls. Serena is led past other cells. She hears sounds she cannot place at first. Then she understands. Crying. Whispering. Someone begging. A door opens ahead. The chamber inside looks wrong. Too clean. Too comfortable. Cushions line the walls. Low tables. Wine cups. Soft light. Only the chains break the illusion. Iron rings set into stone. Instruments laid out neatly on a table. This is not a place for work. This is a place for payment. A man waits inside. Middle-minus age. Well-fed. Well-dressed. He looks at Serena the way a buyer looks at goods. The new one, he says. The senator's run away. He smiles. I was told you were attractive. Serena stands still. The rules, she says. Her voice surprises her. It does not shake. The man laughs quietly. The rules? He repeats. There is only one. You survive the night. He steps closer. I pay extra for women who can be used again. What follows is exactly what Calpurnia warned her about. Not fast. Not careless. Deliberate. The man enjoys control. He enjoys explanation. He tells her what he is doing. Why he is doing it. What parts of her reaction please him most. He uses the instruments. He takes his time. Serena learns the first lesson. Her body can scream. Her mind does not have to stay. She leaves. Not physically. But somewhere inside, she steps away. She remembers Lucia's face. Her laugh. The way she slept with one hand curled into her hair. She holds that image like a shield. When it is over, she is barely standing. The guards drag her back. The corridor blurs. Her legs fail twice. She wakes on the pallet. Calpurnia is sitting upright. Alive, she says. That's the first victory. Serena nods. She cannot speak. Blood stains the stone floor beneath her. Calpurnia cleans what she can. This was the easy one, she says. Serena closes her eyes. Morning comes too soon. The bell rings before the pain fades. The women are marched out. The quarry waits behind the facility. A scar in the hillside. Dust hangs in the air. Hammers. Stone. Wait. Serena's muscles scream. Her hands blister. But she works. She watches. Which guards shout? Which ones don't? Who carries keys? Who avoids eye contact? She looks for Marcus. On the third day she sees him. Young. Focused. Not cruel. He corrects mistakes without hitting. When their eyes meet, something passes between them. Recognition. That night, there is a note under her palette. Small. Careful. Be patient. Be strong. You are seen. No name. Serena presses the paper to her chest. The nights continue. Each one worse than the last. Some men are bored. Some are inventive. Some are angry. Serena learns the second lesson. Distance. What happens to the body is not the self. The women who cannot separate do not last. Calpurnia teaches her how. Count breaths, she says. Name objects in your head. Go somewhere they can reach. The third lesson comes later. Purpose. You must want something more than rest, Calpurnia says. More than mercy. For me, it's my son. H.E.S. somewhere in Rome. I don't know where. But as long as I breathe, there is a chance. Serena nods. My daughter, she says. Lucia becomes the anchor. Weeks pass. Serena survives. She eats when she does not want to. She sleeps when she can. She watches everything. Marcus leaves more notes. Short. Careful. Transfer papers take time. I am working. Calpurnia understands before Serena says anything. He cannot save both of us, she says. Serena shakes her head. We'll go together. Calpurnia smiles gently. No, she says. My time is almost gone. Yours is not. You still have somewhere to go. The choice settles between them. Heavy. Unavoidable. On the final night, the worst client arrives. Marcus warned her. Survive, he said. Serena does. Barely. When dawn comes, she can still stand. The wagon arose. Grain sacks. Bribes paid. She is hidden beneath the load. The gates open. The facility disappears behind her. She does not look back. Rome smells different. Freedom smells like noise and dirt and possibility. Forged papers. A scarf over the brand. Then Ostia. A name. A villa. A merchant. A knife in her hand. The truth comes out. Lucia is alive. Sleeping. Small. Thing but alive. When the child wakes and sees her, the sound she makes breaks Serena completely. They leave that night. A ship at dawn. Marcellus. Years pass. Serena works as a scribe. Lucia grows. Calpurnia dies in the facility. Marcus dies too. The system moves on. But one child is free. One woman lived. And that matters. This is not the Rome of marble statues. This is the Rome beneath them. Remember it. Freedom does not arrive all at once. It comes in pieces. In breaths that no one interrupts. In nights without footsteps in the corridor. In mornings where the body wakes without fear of the bell. Serena learns this slowly. In Mass Ilia, no one knows her name. No one knows her brand. No one cares where she came from. That anonymity is safety. The first weeks are the hardest. Her body heals unevenly. Some wounds close. Others never do. Sleep is shallow. Dreams are not kind. Lucia wakes screaming some nights. Serena holds her until the shaking stops. They learn each other again. Mother and child. Not property and caretaker. Not survivor and reason. Just family. Serena works. At first, small jobs. Copying letters. Reading contracts aloud for merchants who cannot read well. Her education becomes currency. Ink replaces chains. Numbers replace commands. People trust her because she is precise. She learns quickly which questions not to answer. Where are you from? A long time ago, Italy. Why the mark? A mistake. Corrected. No one presses. Ports are full of stories worse than hers. Lucia grows. She learns letters early. She asks questions Serena cannot always answer. Why do some people look away? Why can't we go back to Rome? Why do you touch your forehead when you think? Serena answers what she can. Some truths are for later. Years pass. The empire moves on. New slaves replace the old ones. New runaways are caught. New brands are burned. The Laurentini facility continues. Someone else kneels in the courtyard. Someone else learns what special assignment means. History does not record their names. Serena never forgets Calpurnia. She tells Lucia about her, not all at once, not in detail. She tells her about a woman who was brave, about a woman who chose another child over herself. Why, Lucia asks once. Because some people decide, Serena says, that the world should be better than what they were given. Lucia remembers that. Marcus becomes a ghost in Serena's thoughts. She imagines his last moments. Interrogation. Silence. Punishment. He did not have to help. That is what haunts her most. He chose to. As Lucia grows older, Serena teaches her caution. Not fear. Awareness. Watch people, she says. Learn how systems work. Never assume rules are fair just because they exist. Lucia listens. She understands more than Serena expects. Rome never comes looking. Too much time passes. Too many records are lost. A branded woman who vanished becomes a problem no one wants to reopen. The system prefers for guessing. One evening years later, Lucia asks a question Serena dreads. Was I ever owned? Serena does not lie. Yes, she says. Lucia thinks quietly. And now? Now you're not. Lucian odds. That's what matters. Serena grows older. Her hair grays. Her hands ache. But she wakes free. Every morning. She never takes that for granted. This is what history does not teach. It teaches laws. Markets. Institutions. It does not teach what punishment looks like in practice. It does not teach the cost paid by women whose only crime was wanting their children. Roman slavery was not abstract. It was brands. Facilities. Chambers with cushions and chains. It was Calpurnia. Marcus. Serena. It was women who survived by eating when they wanted to starve. By separating mind from body. By holding on to one reason not to die. Most did not survive. That is the truth. Their names are gone. But the system remembers them. Because it was built on their destruction. Serena lived. Lucia lived. That does not erase the horror. But it proves something important. Even in systems designed to crush hope, hope sometimes survives anyway. Rome did not call places like the Laurentini facility a cruelty. It called them administration. This is important to understand. Because systems that survive do not describe themselves honestly. They use neutral words. Order. Discipline. Efficiency. Punishment was not framed as revenge. It was framed as maintenance. Runaway slaves were not treated as people who disobeyed. They were treated as problems that threatened stability. If one slave ran and survived, others might believe they could do the same. Belief was the danger. So Rome attacked belief. Not quietly. Not privately. Publicly. Permanently. The brand on Serena's forehead was not just a mark. It was a warning. Every slave who saw it understood the message. This is what happens if you try. The facility existed to finish that lesson. To make sure no one misunderstood it. Administrators like Quintus Civilis Ducius were not criminals. They were employees. They kept records. Balanced accounts. Reported productivity. They spoke of women in numbers. Number 47. Assignment complete. Mortality within expected range. Nothing emotional. Nothing personal. That is how brutality becomes routine. Rome depended on this distance. If citizens thought too closely about what maintained their comfort, the system would fracture. So the details were hidden. Facilities placed outside cities. Documentation vague. Language softened. Historians wrote about slavery as law, not as lived experience. This is why survivor stories are rare. Not because survival was impossible, but because survival was inconvenient. A woman who lived through punishment contradicted the narrative. She proved the system could be resisted. So her voice was excluded. Serena never wrote her story. She did not dare. A written record could be discovered. A confession couldn't do everything. Instead, she told it orally. To Lucia. Later to Lucia as children. Stories pass quietly. Safely. Never in public. Never in ink. Lucia grew into a woman who asked questions. About law. About power. About who benefits. She did not accept simple answers. Her mother had taught her otherwise. In Massilia, Serena sometimes saw new arrivals. Freed slaves. Runaways who almost made it. Some bore marks like hers. They never spoke openly. But when eyes met, understanding passed. A shared knowledge. Years later, when Lucia asked why Rome was admired, why people spoke of its order and greatness, Serena answered carefully. Rome was organized, she said. And it was ruthless. The two were not separate. The empire eventually fell. Not all at once. Not dramatically. It decayed. Systems grew too large, too rigid, too dependent on fear. The same tools that maintained control became weaknesses. But the punishment facilities disappeared long before the empire did. They were dismantled quietly. Records lost. Buildings repurposed. No monuments. No inscriptions. Rome did not want to remember. Yet the consequences remained. In trauma. In silence. In stories whispered rather than written. Serena lived to see Lucia as children. She never stopped touching the scar on her forehead, a habit she could not break. When asked why, she said simply, to remember what systems can do. When no one is watching, this is the part history leaves out. Not the law, not the economy, but the cost. The women who carried it in their bodies. Every system built on forced obedience faces the same problem. How do you stop people from running, when running is the most natural response to suffering? Rome's answer was simple. You don't just block escape. You poison the idea of it. For a slave, death was always present. Accidents, illness, overwork. Death was common, which meant death was not enough. If the punishment for escape was death, some slaves would still run, because death at the end of a choice is sometimes better than death without one. Rome understood this, so it created something worse. The punishment for running was not designed to end life quickly. It was designed to extend it, to stretch suffering over time, to make survival itself the punishment. Facilities like the Laurent and Ile Abercamp existed for this reason. Not to correct behavior, not to reform, to demonstrate consequences. Branding was only the beginning. The mark said, you tried. But the assignment said, you will regret it every day you remain alive. The message traveled faster than any law. Slaves talked. In kitchens. In fields. In whispered warnings at night. Don't run. Look what happens. Rome relied on rumor. It did not need to publish details. It only needed enough survivors to spread the fear, and enough deaths to confirm it. This is why Serena's survival was dangerous. Not just to the facility, to the system itself. A woman who endured the special assignment and lived proved something Rome could not allow to be proven. That escape was not always the worst outcome, which is why most survivors disappeared, transferred, silenced, killed quietly later. Survival was tolerated only when it could be erased. Serena escaped because too many things aligned. A god with conscience. A cellmate with nothing left to lose. A merchant who drew his own line. These were anomalies. Rome planned for averages, not exceptions. Most women never found a Marcus. Most never met a Calpurnia. Most died exactly on schedule. 3 weeks. For 6 at most. Their bodies returned to the earth. Without names. Without stories. This is what deterrence really looked like. Not chains. Not walls. But imagination. Rome wanted slaves to imagine the punishment and stop themselves. The facility did the rest. Serena understood this long after she was safe. When she saw a servant hesitate at a city gate. When she heard whispers about a runaway caught nearby. When she watched fear shut down possibility. Before it even formed, Lucia asked once, "Why didn't more people help you?" Serena answered honestly, "Because helping meant becoming visible, and visibility was dangerous." The system did not require everyone to be cruel. It only required enough people to do nothing. That was easier. That was safer. Rome's punishment structure worked. For centuries. That is the hardest truth. It worked because it was systematic. It worked because it broke hope early. It worked because it turned survival into suffering. And yet, it failed. Not completely. Not dramatically. But in small, quiet ways. In women who lived. In children who escaped. In stories passed mouth to mouth. Serena was one failure. Lucia was another. Each one insignificant alone. Together proof of a crack. Systems like Rome's do not collapse because of rebellion alone. They collapse because too many people remember. Too many people refuse to forget. Rome never relied on chains alone. Chains break. Walls crumble. Gods sleep. Fear does not. Fear walks into the mind and locks the door from the inside. That was Rome's real invention. Most slaves were never branded. Most never saw a punishment facility. Most never stood in a courtyard while hot iron burned into skin. They didn't need to. They had heard the stories. That was enough. A runaway did not need to be punished publicly. She only needed to be punished correctly. Her suffering had to be long, specific, describable, so others could picture it. In Roman households, fear moved quietly. A cook would whisper to a new servant, "Don't even think about it." A field hand would point to an old scar and say, "That came from trying." Children learned early, not from law, from tone. This is how the system trained obedience without force. It outsourced enforcement to imagination. Serena understood this years later in Mass Ilia. She noticed how former slaves spoke. Not loudly, not angrily, but cautiously. They planned their lives small. They avoided attention. They accepted unfairness quickly. They had learned the lesson Rome wanted them to learn. Freedom, even when achieved, carried residue. Fear does not vanish when chains fall. It lingers. Lucia grew up free in practice, if not on paper. She learned letters. She learned numbers. She learned to walk confidently through markets. But Serena watched her closely. Watched for signs. Flinching at authority. Lowering her eyes too quickly. Apologizing when she had done nothing wrong. Those habits were inherited. Not by blood, by proximity. So Serena taught her something else. She taught her how systems work. Not with bitterness. With clarity. She explained Rome honestly. Not as monsters, but as engineers. They built structures that rewarded silence and punished disruption. They did not need everyone to be cruel. They only needed most people to be afraid. Lucia asked once, "Were you brave?" Serena thought for a long time before answering. "No," she said. "I was desperate." And sometimes desperation looks like courage. This mattered, because Rome loved the myth of bravery. It praised heroism in men. Sacrifice in soldiers. It did not like desperation. Desperation exposed the system's pressure points. That is why stories like Serena's were not recorded. Not officially. They were dangerous. They showed that resistance did not always come with banners. Sometimes it came with endurance. With patience. With alliances formed in darkness. The Laurentini facility was eventually shut down. Not because it was cruel, but because it was inefficient. New systems replaced it. Different names. Different methods. The function stayed the same. Marcus was forgotten. No monument. No record. Calpurnia was never counted. No ledger tracked her sacrifice. But Lucia lived. And that mattered more than Rome could calculate. History remembers empires by what they build. Roads. Laws, temples. It rarely remembers what they require. The fear. The silence. The erased lives. But those things leave traces. In behavior. In culture. In inherited caution. Rome fell, not because slaves rose up everywhere, but because systems built on terror eventually hollow themselves out. They become rigid. They lose flexibility. They mistake obedience for loyalty. Serena lived long enough to see Rome change. Not improve. Just shift. She never returned. She never looked back. She did not need to. When she died, she left no monument. Only a daughter, who knew the cost of freedom, and refused to forget it. That is how systems fail. Not with fire, with memory. Rome wanted obedience, not loyalty. Silence, not belief. Fear, not agreement. It succeeded for a long time. But every system that survives on terror creates its own weakness. Because terror teaches people how to endure, and endurance teaches them how to wait. Serena did not destroy Rome. Neither did Marcus. Neither did Calpurnia. They simply proved something Rome could never erase. That even in systems built to make escape unthinkable, some people still imagine it. Some still attempt it. And some rarely survive it. History remembers empires by their power. But power is temporary. What lasts are the stories Rome tried not to record. The women who endured. The children who lived. The quiet defiance that never needed banners or armies. Remember them. Because civilizations are not undone by rebellion alone. They are undone when fear stops working. And that always begins with someone who refuses to disappear. Brenna, now 26, feels it drying in the cold wind. The taste of copper floods her mouth when her lips crack. The smoke from her burning village mingles with the iron scent of a massacre that ended just 3 hours ago. Until sunrise, she was queen of the Norvi, the wife of King Baujulitus, mother to 2 sons, the revered priestess of the sacred grove, the most powerful woman in a nation of warriors who had never known defeat. Now she kneels in the mud, 600 other women beside her, wrists bound tightly behind her back with rope that digs into her flesh with every slight movement. Her royals are cripped from her neck, her ceremonial robes torn, exposing her to the bitter February wind. The Roman soldiers move through the prisoners with practiced efficiency, sorting the young from the old, the beautiful from the plain, the valuable from the disposable. And then, they come for her. She knows this because the Roman officer has been watching her since the sorting began. He stands apart, his armor marking him as a legatus, a legion commander. His face is handsome in that predatory way. Sharp, composed, utterly merciless. He hasn't spoken to her. He hasn't approached. He has simply watched. And his watching is worse than any physical violation the common soldiers might inflict. He walks toward her, his boots scrunching through the snow, and his voice rings clear. "This one," he says in crisp Latin. "Bring her to my tent. Clean her, but don't clothe her. I want to examine what we've captured." A soldier moves toward Brenna. She doesn't resist. To resist would be to die, and death would mean abandoning her sons who might still be alive in the chaos, whom she might still protect if she plays this game right. But as she's dragged to her feet, she sees it. Her husband's head, mounted on a Roman spear, displayed at the edge of the prisoner compound, a public trophy for every captured Norvian to see. Baujulitus is dead. The man she loved since childhood. The father of her children. The king who swore to protect their people. Dead, displayed for Roman entertainment. Brenna doesn't scream. She doesn't weep. She locks that grief away, deep inside her, where it won't interfere with what she must do next. Because now she understands something that changes everything. She's the last authority of the Nirvana. With Baujulitus gone, she is not just a captured queen, she's the vessel of her nation's sovereignty, the keeper of its sacred knowledge. She alone knows the location of the tribe's hidden treasury, where the druids concealed artifacts meant to stay out of Roman hands, where her sons were sent when the battle turned against them. The Romans don't know this yet. They see only a queen, a trophy, a hostage. But she knows they've captured so much more. And she intends to use that ignorance to destroy them. What you're about to hear is not something that's been written about in the history books. As historians focused on Caesar's wars in Gaul, on battle tactics, Roman victories, and the supposed civilizing mission that justified their conquest of tribes who had been living freely for centuries. But they didn't write about the women. They didn't document the horrors that the wives of defeated chiefs endured. Tonight, you will learn what Roman legions did when they captured tribal women. You will learn about the hierarchies that determine their fates. The specific horrors reserved for the wives of chiefs, the highest value captives. You will learn about Brenna, queen of the Nervi, who watched her husband's head mounted on a Roman spear. And in that moment, decided that she would not just survive. She would make Rome pay for what it had done. Subscribe if you want to understand the true cost of Rome's conquest. Comment below and tell me where you're watching from, because Brenna is about to enter the tent of legatus Gaius Cornelius Scipio. And what happens in that tent will determine whether she lives or dies, whether her sons survive or perish, whether the Norvi have any future at all. But before I continue, I need to warn you, this story does not go where you expect it. There will be moments when you think you know who the villains are and who the heroes are. There will be moments when you think you understand what's coming. But you'll be wrong. Because what the Romans did to the wives of defeated chiefs was more complicated than simple brutality. There was a system, and systems can be manipulated by people who understand them. And Brenna understood the system. And she was about to show Scipio exactly how dangerous that understanding could be. It was large, with canvas walls that enclosed a space filled with furniture, carpets, and bronze lamps casting soft light across the floor. There were maps and documents spread across the desks, all the apparatuses of Roman military administration, carefully transported across miles of land to give this commander the comfort of civilization while he annihilated others. Brenna stood at the center of the tent, her hands bound, her clothing plain compared to the royal robes he had worn only hours earlier. The soldiers withdrew, leaving her alone with Scipio. He circled her like a predator sizing up its prey. "The Queen of the Nervi," he murmured, examining her closely. "Wife of Bondunanus, the man who killed 3,000 of my soldiers before we brought him down. Mother of 2 sons who we're still searching for." He paused, then continued. "And priestess of the sacred grove." The tone of his voice shifted as he focused on that detail. Bren-Ia said nothing. She had learned not to react. Let him speak, let him reveal what he knew, and more importantly what he didn't. "The druids performed their rituals in that grove," Scipio continued. "They kept records, treasures accumulated over centuries. My scouts found the remnants of it after your people burned it. But they found nothing valuable. Just ash and bones." Bren-Ia said nothing. She already knew where this was headed. "Which means," he continued, "the druids moved their treasures before we arrived. And the only people who could know where they went are either the druids themselves, who died defending the grove, your late husband who's decorating a spear outside, or you." He stopped directly in front of her, his eyes locking with hers. "You a woman." The druids did not share their secrets with women. They made exceptions for queens who were also priestesses, Bren-Ia replied, her voice unwavering. His smile was almost approving. "I'm sure you were initiated into their mysteries. Your people's traditions confirm this." Bren-Ia could see it now. This wasn't just about her husband's death or her nation's defeat. This was about something far more dangerous. Something she hadn't anticipated. "So you want the druid treasures?" she asked calmly, not giving him the satisfaction of emotional outbursts. "And my sons? What do you want with them?" Scipio's gaze narrowed. "I want the location of the treasures. The tribal treasury. Your sons as hostages perhaps, or heirs to a throne that no longer exists, but could still serve my needs. But I want you to cooperate willingly, rather than through persuasion." "And if I refuse?" Bren-Ia asked, her voice steady. "Then I will persuade you," Scipio said. His tone remained cold, without any hint of mercy. "There are methods that work on almost everyone. I would prefer not to damage you. Undamaged queens are more valuable, but I will if necessary." Bren-Ia's expression didn't change. She had no illusions about what he would do, but she also knew that Scipio was wrong. Torture didn't always work. She had seen it herself. People who were at Orchard said whatever they could to stop the pain, not the truth. "You want me cooperation," she said. "Not just my words." Scipio's eyes flickered with a momentary confusion, but it quickly turned into intrigue. "You're negotiating?" He paused and then smiled. "Perhaps you have more courage than I thought." Bren-Ia stood tall, meeting his eyes with defiance. "Everyone is always in a position to negotiate," she said. "You have something I need. My life, my son's lives. That is the basis for a transaction. I will give you what you want, in exchange for their lives." Scipio's posture stiffened, but he didn't move. Instead, he considered her proposal. "You are asking me to bargain with you, to honor your terms. But I am asking you to be practical," she replied. "I give you the truth in exchange for something more than empty promises. The story doesn't end here. What happened in that tent would determine everything." Bren-Ia had just flipped the script on the Romans, and they didn't even realize it. She was just a prisoner. She was just a captured queen. She was still a force to be reckoned with. Scipio, for all his power, was about to learn just how dangerous it could be to underestimate someone who understands the system they're working within. Bren-Ia sat back as Scipio considered her words, his eyes narrowing, his mind calculating. The silence stretched between them. He wasn't used to being challenged. He wasn't used to encountering a woman who knew how to navigate the games he played. Scipio was just a general. He was a man accustomed to control, to power, and to crushing anything that stood in his way. But Bren-Ia had something he hadn't anticipated. She was just a captive. She was a player in the game, a force he hadn't reckoned with. "You understand that you are asking for the impossible," Scipio finally said, his voice colder than before. "Your people are broken. Your king is dead. You're just another trophy, another piece of the prize to be displayed. You can't bargain with me." "In not bargaining for trophies," Bren-Ia shot back, her voice calm yet piercing. "In bargaining for something you'll never understand until you've had everything taken from you. In bargaining for the lives of my sons. In bargaining for my survival and for the future of a people you've already condemned." Scipio's eyes shifted, his thoughts unreadable. He was no longer sure whether he was dealing with a queen or a strategist. But he did no long thing. Brenna was like the other prisoners he had broken. She was going to bend. He had been used to getting what he wanted by force, but now, for the first time, he was forced to consider that it wasn't enough. He had to make a deal, and he didn't like that. The days that followed were intense. Brenna was kept under guard but moved into a more comfortable tent near Scipio's quarters. A small gesture meant to signal that she was a different kind of prisoner. But this was not about comfort for her, it was about leverage. The game was still being played, and Brenna was learning its rules. She spent hours listening to the soldiers' conversations, keeping her ear to the ground. She overheard discussions of the druids of her son's whereabouts, and most importantly at Scipio's plans. Every fragment of information, every whisper of the wind, became another piece of the puzzle. And in this game, the smallest fragment could change everything. Scipio had underestimated her, thinking that she would break, that she would fold under the weight of his power. He hadn't expected a queen to fight for her people with this much cunning. Brenna's mind worked relentlessly. She had survived this far, but the real test was ahead when the Romans finally demanded the full extent of the Druid network's secrets. That was when everything would fall into place, and Brenna would need to make her move. The moment came when Scipio summoned her again. The tension in the air was palpable as he walked into her tent, holding a document in his hand, a map that seemed too detailed, too precise. She didn't need to ask where it had come from. The betrayal was clear. Kad Doc, Scipio said, tossing the map onto the table. Your brother betrayed you. He gave us everything. The treasures, the secrets, your son's location. Everything you tried to hide. Brenna's heart sank, but she forced herself to keep calm. She didn't flint. She calmed. She was past the point of surprises. She had been preparing for this. So it's over, she said quietly, the finality of it settling between them. No, Scipio replied, his voice still cold but tinged with frustration. Not yet. I want more. I want you to give me the network's full contact protocol. I want you to tell me everything. Brenna hesitated, but only for a moment. She had nothing left to lose. The game was changing again, and now, the stakes were higher than ever. I'll tell you, she said finally, her voice steady. But not until I see my sons. Scipio's eyes narrowed. You're still negotiating, after all this? I'm not negotiating, Brenna replied firmly. I'm bargaining. I have the last piece of leverage you haven't taken from me. Brenna's gamble paid off. Within hours, Scipio agreed. He would allow her to see her sons. The deal was struck, and Brenna held her ground, despite knowing the dangers of what was about to happen. When they were finally brought before her two young boys, grown stronger and older than she had expected, Brenna felt a surge of emotion. She had fought for this moment, for their survival. The relief was almost overwhelming, but she knew she could not afford to let her guard down. I will protect you, she whispered to them. The words more of a promise than anything else. Scipio kept his word. Brenna was granted a meeting with her sons, and for that brief moment it felt as though everything she had suffered might be worth it. But the game was far from over. The hours passed, and the sun began to set. Scipio, who had believed he had won, found himself faced with a prisoner who had not only survived but had played him for her own purposes. His strategy, his power, it all began to slip through his fingers. Brenna was no longer just a captured queen. She was something more, something dangerous. Brenna's heart pounded in her chest as she stood before Scipio, her mind racing with possibilities. The game she had been playing was no longer just about survival. It had become something deeper, more intricate. She could feel the weight of every decision she made, every word she spoke. Scipio had underestimated her. He had expected a broken queen, a defeated woman to beg for mercy. But instead, he had found someone who could think he could play his own game back at him. She had expected to betray her own people, expected to lose the only thing she had left, her dignity. But what she hadn't expected was how far she was willing to go to protect her sons. Her bargaining chip had never been her survival, it had always been them. Now, Scipio knew she would not bend easily. He might be a Roman general, but he was no match for the cunning of a woman who had already lost everything and had nothing left to lose. As Brenna walked out of the tent after making her deal, her mind kept turning. The stakes had shifted again. She had secured her son's survival for the moment, but there was no telling how long that would last. Scipio would move against her soon enough, once he realized the depth of her power. And yet, for a brief moment, she could feel something like hope stir within her. It was fragile, but it was there. She knew the game was far from over. She could feel the tension building around her, the Roman forces tightening their grip. But Branae was no longer the woman who had kneeled in the mud, watching her husband's head impaled on a spear. She was something different now, a strategist, a mother, a queen who had learned how to manipulate the system that sought to destroy her. In the days that followed, as she waited for her son's fate to be sealed, Branae kept close to the shadows, always observing, always listening. She studied Scipio's movements, the soldiers' routines, and most importantly, the shifting allegiances within the camp. There were whispers of factions, of dissent within the ranks of the Romans. Branae knew that her survival didn't just depend on playing Scipio's, and it depended on exploiting every weakness within the Empire's system. But the tension in the air was palpable. Every day that passed felt like an eternity. She could feel Scipio closing in, tightening the noose around her. But Branae was the only one playing the game. There were forces within Rome that had their own agenda, and Branae had a crucial piece of information they needed. She was a woman who had learned the hard way how to survive in a world that didn't want her to. She had learned how to navigate systems of power. And now, with her son's lives hanging in the balance, she was about to show Scipio and the rest of the world just how much power one woman could wield. She was just a captured queen anymore. She was a force to be reckoned with. When the day came and Branae was once again summoned to Scipio's tent, she was ready. She had known this moment would come. Scipio would demand answers. He would push for control. But Branae would not give in. She had learned to manipulate the system. She had learned how to turn their tactics back on them. As she entered the tent, she saw the familiar figures of Roman officers standing at attention. But this time Scipio's eyes didn't hold the same certainty. He had learned like many before him, but there was more to Branae than met the eye. She was just another conquered woman, another pawn in a game that had already been won. Your information, Queen Branae, Scipio began, his tone cold and authoritative. I've given you the time you requested. Now you will give me what I want. I told you, she replied steadily, her voice calm. I'll give you nothing until I see my sons. Scipio's face tightened, his patience running thin. You're wasting my time. No, Branae said. You're the one who's wasting time. You think you've all the power, but you've underestimated me. You've underestimated the network I've protected. You've underestimated the depth of my knowledge. Scipio stood there, his hands gripping the edge of the table, his mind clearly working through his options. He wanted her cooperation, but he also wanted her broken. He wanted to break her, to show her that the might of Rome would crush any defiance. But Branae was going to break. Not today. You think you have a choice, Branae continued, her eyes locked with his. You think you can control me, but you can't. You need me more than you realize. Without me, your search for the network is useless. You'll be chasing shadows. He took a step toward her, his face inches from hers. I've been chasing shadows my entire life, Branae. I know exactly how to handle shadows. Branae didn't flinch. Then you understand this. I am no shadow. I am your worst nightmare, and I will make you regret underestimating me. The silence that followed was deafening. Scipio took a deep breath and stepped back. You'll see your sons. But know this, Queen Branae, your time is running out. Your value is slipping, and I don't wait forever. Then I'll make sure my sons are worth your weight, she said, her voice unwavering. Branae had won a temporary victory. She had played the Romans, used their own tactics against them, and had won a crucial moment of freedom. But the game was over. It would never be over. There were still forces at work, still plans to be executed, and still much to lose. Branae was just a survivor anymore. She was a player, and she had just started the next round. Branae's mind raced as the days passed. Her sons, her bargaining chips, were now somewhere in Roman Minas-controlled territory, but she could not afford to let that fact anchor her. She had managed to secure their survival for the moment, but the stakes were higher than ever. The Romans were relentless, and Scipio had already shown that his patience was finite. She had no illusions about the danger she was in, but the game had shifted once again. She was no longer just a captured queen, she was a strategist, a survivor, and most importantly, She was playing for her son's future. Her movements were calculated, her words measured. She knew Scipio would be watching her closely, testing her every step. She knew that he believed he had the upper hand, but he didn't. Not yet. Nia had learned to play the long game, and the moment of opportunity would come. That evening, as she sat in her quarters waiting for the next move, a figure appeared in the doorway. He was the one man in this entire camp who had shown her anything like respect or perhaps understanding. His presence was a subtle reminder that there were still factions within Rome, factions that did not believe in the endless conquest, that saw value in peace rather than perpetual war. "I've sent word to my contacts," Ko said, leaning against the doorframe. "Your sons are safe for now, but Scipio is not going to wait much longer. He'll press for information soon. The question is whether you'll give him the real thing or just another lie." Nia didn't flinch. She'd been playing this game for far longer than Scipio could comprehend. She had learned that survival was not about playing it safe, it was about outlasting them all. "I will give him nothing," she said. "Not yet. Not until I have a better understanding of who holds the power here." Ko raised an eyebrow. "You think you can control this situation?" "Not control," Nia replied, "but manipulate it. I've already seen the cracks. I know what Scipio wants. What he doesn't realize is that he's already given me what I need." Ko studied her, his gaze calculating. "You've already thought this through. I can see it in your eyes." "I always think ahead," she said. "Scipio will underestimate me, just like every other Roman before him. He thinks of me as a mere prize, a trophy to be displayed. But I am not a trophy. I am the key to everything he wants. And I know how to use that to my advantage." Ko nodded, impressed. "You're replaying a dangerous game, Queen Nia." "Dangerous?" She laughed softly. "My life has been nothing but danger. The game isn't new. It's the stakes that have changed. Now I'm playing for my sons. I'm playing for their future. You think you can win?" Nia's gaze hardened. "I don't think I have a choice. Winning is the only option left." As the days wore on, the tension grew. The Roman camp buzzed with rumors, preparations for what would come next. Scipio would demand answers. He would press her for the secret she held. But Nia had learned something crucial during her time here. The key to survival was not submission, but the ability to manipulate the very systems that had imprisoned her. And so she waited, calculated her next move, and prepared for the confrontation she knew was inevitable. The night before Scipio's deadline, Nia made her move. She sent word through Ko's contacts, letting him know that she was ready. The decision had been made. She would reveal the location of the treasury, but she would do it on her terms. The moment Scipio came to her tent, she would offer him the information he so desperately sought, but only after ensuring that her sons were safe. As the moonlight filtered through the canvas walls of her tent, Nia felt the familiar weight of uncertainty. She had survived countless challenges before. But this was different. This was just about her. This was about her legacy, her people, and the future she wanted for her sons. The door of her tent creaked open. Scipio entered, his expression unreadable. He did not waste time with pleasantries. "Have you made your decision, Queen Nia?" Nia stood, meeting his gaze with calm resolve. "I have. But first, I need to see my sons. I need to confirm that they are safe." Scipio's eyes narrowed. "You think you can negotiate with me?" "I'm not negotiating," Nia said, her voice steady. "I'm making sure my sons live. And if you want the information you've been hunting, you'll give me that." Scipio's jaw tightened. "You're pushing your luck." "No," Nia replied. "I'm playing the game you never thought I could." The silence between them stretched. Scipio studied her, weighing his options. He knew she was valuable. But how valuable was her cooperation? Was her defiance a sign of strength? Or had she truly become too much of a liability? Finally he spoke. "Very well. I will grant you the opportunity to see your sons. But if you waste any more time, I will take everything from you. Do not test me further." Nia allowed herself a small nod. "Thank you." As the soldiers laid her out of the tent, she felt the weight of her decision settle on her shoulders. She had made it this far. Now it was time to complete the final part of her plan. The soldiers took her through the camp, the familiar sounds of the Roman legion rising around her. Nia moved through the shadows, her heart pounding but not with fear, no, her pulse quickened with anticipation. She knew what she had to do. As they neared the area where her sons were being held, her thoughts were clear, focused. She would see them alive and safe before anything else. Her survival had always hinged on one thing: her ability to play the Romans at their own game. And now, with the possibility of their safety, her game had evolved. She wasn't just playing for herself anymore. She was playing for her people, for her sons' future, for a chance at revenge that could be years in the making. The gods lead her into a small, guarded space, and there they were, her sons. Their faces were older than she remembered, but the moment they looked up at her, she saw the familiar fire in their eyes, the fire that had never been extinguished. The same fire she had protected for years. The same fire she had given everything to ensure it would burn brightly. She didn't let the relief show on her face, though she had to maintain control. But deep inside, her heart soared. They were alive. They were safe for now. "Mother?" one of them asked, his voice a mix of confusion and longing. Brenai's eyes softened, but she didn't move toward them. Not yet. Not until she was sure. "I'm here," she whispered, keeping her voice steady. "You're safe now." She turned to the soldiers who had escorted her here. "Leave us." They hesitated, but one glance from Brenai, one flicker of authority was enough. The soldiers nodded and backed out of the room, leaving her alone with her sons. She crossed the space between them, but it was not an embrace that she offered first. Instead, she met their eyes one by one, with a quiet intensity. They were hers to protect, and she would not let anything or anyone take that away from her. "You've been through much," she said quietly, "but we will get through this." The older of her two sons nodded, his expression hard but full of determination. "We don't belong here. We don't belong to them." "No," she agreed, her voice slow, firm. "But we can make them believe we do." The plan was clear now, clearer than ever before. She would survive. She would make sure her sons would survive. And she would ensure that Scipio and the rest of the Romans who thought they had conquered her people would pay for the destruction they had caused. The time for negotiation was over. Brenai had already played Scipio's game. Now it was time for her own. The game of resistance. The game of waiting for the right moment to strike. And Brenai knew better than anyone that victory could only come from patience. Kos' offer had been tempting. A future in Rome. The safety of her sons. But that was a future built on surrender. And Brenai was not a woman who would surrender. She stood tall, her eyes never leaving her sons' faces. The time to leave would come. But for now, the most important thing was their survival. She moved to the door, her sons following her without a word. No one would know the path they were about to take. No one would know what they had planned. But it didn't matter. Brenai had outlasted the Romans before, and she would do so again. The next steps would be long, painful, and dangerous. But Brenai had been born into danger. It was all she had ever known. And as she laid her sons out into the night, the full weight of her decisions pressing down on her, she made one final vow to herself: she would make Rome remember who they had conquered, and she would never let them forget the price of underestimating a woman who still had something to fight for. As Brenai and her sons made their way through the darkened camp, the weight of the choices she had made hung heavy on her shoulders. Each step was calculated, each breath measured, as she navigated through the maze of Roman soldiers, all while keeping her thoughts focused on the one thing that mattered now: her children's survival. The Romans might have captured her body, but they could never capture her resolve. She had already begun to weave a network of resistance, the web of survival that stretched across the empire, a secretive force they could never anticipate. And in the shadows, her sons would grow stronger, wiser, prepared for a future that was still uncertain but full of possibilities. There was a moment, just before dawn, when Brenai paused, looking out across the camp from the relative safety of the small tent she had been confined to. The Roman camp sprawled before her, a reminder of everything she had lost. But it was also a reminder of the game she was still playing. A game of patience, strategy, and survival. She had no intention of being swept away by this tide. Instead, she would become the current that changed the course of Rome's relentless conquest. She might have been forced to kneel in the mud, to witness her husband's death, to endure the brutality of capture. But none of that had broken her. Brenai had been forged by the fires of war, tempered by the loss, and driven by the love for her sons and the desire to see them thrive, no matter the cost. In the end, it was not about revenge, it was about survival. It was about the quiet, unyielding force of a mother who would never stop fighting for the future of her children, her people, and her legacy. As they disappeared into the night, she thought about the words of the druids, the secrets they had hidden away for centuries. She thought about the resistance that still lived in the shadows waiting to rise again. And she knew without a doubt that the Romans had underestimated her and they would pay the price for it. The rope cuts into her wrists, the harsh burn a reminder of the prison she now finds herself in. Cassia is 26, a princess of Pontus, once poised to marry an Armenian prince, the jewel of her father's court, educated in philosophy and poetry, destined for a life of grandeur. Now she kneels in a stable at the edge of a Roman camp, her royal robes torn and stained, her body bruised and bloodied. The scent of animals and stale straw fills the air, and through the thin wooden walls, the soft, trembling cries of her two younger sisters break her heart. The soldiers move with cold precision, unaffected by the suffering they're about to inflict, but Cassia will not remain silent. Her voice, steady despite the terror that courses through her veins, calls out to the General Cassus, the man who once witnessed her father kneel in defeat. "General Cassus," she says, her voice cutting through the noise of the soldiers, "I have an offer for you." His interest piqued, Cassus turns to her. Prisoners do not speak, not to him. Yet here she is, a princess bound, offering something in exchange for her sisters' lives. "I will take it all," she says, her offer echoing through the stable. "Whatever you plan for them, I will endure it instead. I am older. I am stronger. I will survive longer. Let them go. Let them live." Cassia's words are both a gamble and a sacrifice, designed to protect her sisters from the horrors that Roman soldiers often reserve for royal women. The horrors whispered of in every kingdom bordering Rome, a fate too terrible to fully imagine. Cassus, a man who has seen everything, looks her over, sizing up the offer. She continues, mixing truth with fiction, knowing that information is the only leverage she has left. "I know where the treasure is. I know who your officers are bribed by, the secret networks my father worked with. Give my sisters safety and I will give you everything." The general is calculating. "You would endure everything for them?" he asks, weighing the spectacle against the intelligence. She nods, her resolve unwavering. "Let me show you what it means to destroy everything." Cassus agrees, ordering the soldiers to stop the preparations and take her sisters away. Her sisters will live, but Cassia will become the spectacle, her body to love Roman cruelty. The punishment will be prolonged, public, and meant to break her. But she knows what she's doing. This is her sacrifice. In the coming days, she will give them the information they want. The treasure her father hid, the Parthian alliances, the secrets that may mean her survival or her undoing. She'll use the knowledge of Roman officers, the bride to men her father trusted, to buy herself and her sisters time. What unfolds next is a journey of survival, a struggle to maintain her sister's safety, even as she endures the depths of degradation. Each day, Cassia is prepared for the worst, but she keeps her eyes on the future, the hope that one day, her sisters will walk free. Her story, however, is not simply one of victimhood. Cassia earns to navigate the intricacies of Roman politics, using her intelligence to become indispensable. She bargains with her captors, not as a prisoner, but as someone who can offer value, intelligence, strategy, knowledge of the East. She watches as her sisters are given safety, even comfort, as the price she paid for their lives continues to take its toll on her. Years pass. Cassia's intelligence proves valuable to the Senate, and she rises in the ranks of Roman society, though never fully free. Her sisters adapt to their new lives. One as a Roman matron, the other as an artist, both living lives shaped by the sacrifices Cassia made. Yet through it all, Cassia is left to grapple with the cost of her survival. Cassia dies in her 63rd year, her life a blend of service, sacrifice, and survival. Her sisters remember her story passed down through generations, not just as the princess who suffered, but as the woman who saved them all. Her final words would make the same choice again. Capture the essence of her legacy, the quiet strength that comes with knowing when to give and when to endure. Her family survives. She has protected them. That is the only truth that matters. The years that followed Cassia's passing were filled with both triumph and quiet, lasting impact. Her sisters, now fully integrated into Roman society, carried her memory with them. Leades, once the younger sister she had protected, now a matron of Roman blood, continued her family's legacy through the children she bore, ensuring that the Pontic bloodline, though scattered and changed, still existed in the heart of the empire. Nisa, the youngest, rose to prominence in Roman society, her voice and musical skill making her a renowned figure in the elite circles of the empire. Though she had never sought to abandon her Pontic identity, she embraced the opportunities Rome had granted her, a name now associated with performances that captured the grandeur of both worlds she had known. But even in her fame, she never forgot the price of her survival. She kept her memories close, telling her children of their aunt, the woman who had sacrificed everything to ensure their safety. As for Cassia, her legacy continued to influence Roman politics and strategy for decades. Her intelligence had shaped policies that benefited both Rome and the Eastern kingdoms, her detailed analyses guiding military and diplomatic decisions. The Senate, although not always willing to fully embrace her contributions, recognized the significance of the work she had done. A small but influential circle of senators and advisors who had benefited from her insight made sure that her contributions were never forgotten. And so, through the years, her name lived, not in the grand history books of generals and emperors, but in whispered conversations among those who understood the true cost of survival and the sacrifices made by the women who had been captured along with their kings. The Princess of Pontus, who had once knelt in chains and offered herself to save her sisters, had become a symbol of something more than the trauma she had endured. She had become a story of strategic intelligence, of calculated risks, and of a woman who had, against all odds, turned captivity into power. Her story spread, not just in the Senate, but in the streets of Rome, in the marketplaces where traders spoke of her, in the homes where women whispered her name with awe. She became a legend, one of resilience, of intelligence, and of the quiet power that lies in making the hardest decisions for the sake of others. When Leatus died, surrounded by her children and grandchildren, and when Nisa finally passed in the twilight of her years, their children too would carry the story of their aunt, the woman who gave everything, whose sacrifice had reshaped their futures. But they would not mourn for Cassia as a victim. They would celebrate her as a protector, a woman who, despite everything, had managed to make survival not just possible but meaningful. Her name, once associated with degradation, humiliation, and loss, now became synonymous with strength, sacrifice, and love. The Romans had destroyed her kingdom, but they could never erase the legacy of Cassia, the princess who bargained with monsters to save those she loved. Her story would continue, passed down through generations, not as a tale of conquest or oppression, but as a lesson in the transformative power of sacrifice, a reminder that even in the darkest times, there is a way to hold on to hope, to fight for those who matter, and to leave behind something that cannot be erased. As the years passed and Cassia's legacy continued to ripple through time, her story became more than just one of survival. It became a blueprint for resilience. Her transformation from a captive princess to a vital source of Roman intelligence had not only secured her sisters' futures but had also proven that the greatest power lies not in brute force, but in the ability to adapt, to manipulate, and to make oneself indispensable. Her influence stretched beyond the walls of the Senate and the confines of Roman courts. Young women from conquered lands, those who had been broken by the weight of Roman domination, found inspiration in her story. They too could survive. They too could rebuild their lives, even if it meant living within a system that had tried to crush them. They carried her story as a silent banner, a reminder that survival was not just a matter of physical endurance, it was a battle of the mind, a game of strategy, and most importantly, a fight to protect what mattered most. Cassia's story didn't end with her passing. Her name lived on through the generations. Her sister's children, now well minus established in Roman society, carried her memory with them, passing it down as part of their heritage. They spoke of the price their mother had paid, the sacrifices she had made to ensure their survival. Then they honored her by living lives that were full, meaningful, and untouched by the tragedy that had befallen their family. As for the Romans, the empire that had captured her, humiliated her, and used her as a tool for its expansion, they couldn't erase the truth of her story. History books may have been written by the victors, but the whispers of her legacy endured. Those who sought to claim control over her identity and her family's history were reminded time and time again that true power comes not from subjugating others but from understanding and respecting the sacrifices of those who had been forced into the shadows. When the Roman Empire eventually crumbled, as all empires do, it was stories like Cassia's that outlasted the stone walls and marble monuments. They became the foundation of new identities, new nations, and new movements, born from the understanding that even in the darkest times, one could hold on to their humanity and fight for what they loved. Cassia's journey was not one of glory or conquest. There was no grand final victory, no moment of ultimate triumph that defined her. Instead, it was a story of survival, the strategic navigation through a system that sought to erase her humanity. Her victory lay in her ability to make others see her as a person, someone with agency, someone who could bargain, and someone who could, against all odds, protect what mattered most. In her final moments, she passed away knowing that her sisters had lived. She knew that her sacrifice, though painful and long-lasting, had given them the future they deserved. The family she had fought for would never forget the price she had paid, and the world would never forget the princess who saved them all. The Roman Senate may have thought they had broken her, but in the end, it was Cassia who had changed them. It was her legacy of resilience that lived on, not in the pages of history, but in the hearts of those who remembered. As Cassia's name was passed down through generations, it became clear that her story wasn't just about one woman's sacrifice, but a symbol of the quiet strength that persisted in the face of relentless cruelty. Those who had once been enemies of Rome, those who had suffered under its imperial reach, would come to recognize that the most powerful acts of resistance often took place in the hidden spaces, in the hearts of those who refused to be erased. Her legacy was carried not by her physical for more the titles she had once held, but by the resilience of spirit she had shown when everything seemed lost. The intelligence she had provided, the strategies she had crafted, and the choices she had made in the darkest hours had not just altered her fate, but the fate of countless others who would never know her name. In the years after her death, as the Roman Empire faltered and eventually crumbled under its own weight, the story of Cassius served as a stark reminder to those who came after. Empires built on domination and subjugation could not last forever. The true strength of any society lies, not in its conquests or its ability to impose fear, but in its capacity to value human lives, to respect the bonds of family and love, and to understand the consequences of its actions. For the people who had once been subjected to Roman power, Cassia became a figure who transcended the trauma of her capture. She became a symbol of survival, a figure whose intelligence and determination provided a blueprint for how to navigate the complex systems of oppression that had once seemed insurmountable. Her name echoed in the halls of the new societies, but emerged in the wake of Rome's full nations built, not on the ashes of her family, but on the principles of resilience, intelligence, and community that she had embodied. Her sisters Leodice and Nisa continued to live out the legacy she had fought to give them. Leodice's children, all born under the protection of her adoption into Roman society, never forgot the story of the heir. They never met the heir who had sacrificed her own body and soul to ensure that they could grow up in a world where they had a future. Nisa, too, kept her sister's memory alive, using her fame as an artist to tell stories, to share the legacy of their lost kingdom, and to pass on the lessons of sacrifice, survival, and love. And for Cassia herself, while she never fully regained the life she had been robbed of, she left behind something far more profound. She left behind a map of survival that others could follow. She showed the world that even in the face of utter devastation, it was still possible to chart a course through the darkness to preserve what mattered most, and to hold on to your humanity when it seemed as though everything was designed to strip it away. So as we look back on the history of empires, conquest, and the rise and fall of nations, let us remember that not all victories are won on battlefields. Some victories are fought in the quiet moments of sacrifice, in the lives of those who were captured and broken, yet still chose to protect what they loved. Cassia's story reminds us that true power lies not in domination, but in the ability to endure, to protect, and to rise again. Her story is not just a relic of the past, it's a message for today, reminding us of the cost of power, the importance of compassion, and the strength of resilience. It is a call to remember the forgotten, the silenced, and the sacrificed. It is a call to honor the stories that have been erased, to find value in survival, and to ensure that the legacy of those who fought for others never fades. As we delve deeper into the stories of those who were caught in the grip of empires, those who were not warriors or generals, but the ones who were forgotten in the shadows of conquest, Cassia's tale becomes more than just a personal struggle. It becomes a mirror for the lives of countless others who faced a similar fate. Her ability to endure, to manipulate the systems that sought to destroy her, teaches us a vital lesson: the power of the mind and will to survive even in the most inhumane circumstances. As Cassia's name echoed through the generations, it sparked a shift in how history was remembered. The stories of powerful queens, princesses, and even common women whose bodies were used as symbols of conquest began to be recognized not as footnotes, but as pivotal moments in the broader narratives of resistance. Her transformation from princess to captive to advisor is a testament to how those oppressed by empires could find ways to reclaim their autonomy, even if the path was fraught with unimaginable sacrifice. A myth of Rome's unbreakable power, the idea that it could crush any kingdom or family into dust, was slowly dismantled by the collective resistance of those who had been crushed and forgotten. His women, Cassia among them, were the ones who whispered in the ears of future generations, passing on knowledge not of swords and shields, but of how to survive the unthinkable, how to hold on to the last shred of one's humanity in a world that demanded everything in exchange for survival. In her final years, Cassia understood that her true battle had never been about reclaiming her family's throne or fighting Rome on the battlefield. It had always been about the preservation of her spirit and the futures of her sisters, ensuring that their survival was not just a matter of enduring, but of flourishing in ways they had never imagined. The survival of her sisters Leodice in Roman society, Nisa through music, was her greatest victory. It was the one she had fought for when she had been ready to sacrifice everything, even her own body, to protect them. As the years passed, Cassia's influence grew. No longer merely a captive, she became a figure of power in her own right. She was just an advisor, she was a survivor, a symbol of resistance. The very people who had once seen her as a tool now relied on her for her sharp mind, her strategic insights, and her ability to navigate the complexities of power. She proved that a woman who had once been reduced to a symbol of Rome's dominance could redefine herself as an asset, a force, and a mentor to those who sought her counsel. Her death at 63 was not the end of her story. It was the closing chapter of a life lived on her own terms. One where survival was not just about being alive, but about creating meaning in the face of overwhelming loss. Her sisters continued to honor her in Emory, telling their children about the woman who had given everything to protect them, the woman whose name would never be forgotten, not in their family, not in the stories of the empire, and not in the stories of the empire, and not in the quiet places where history is oft unwritten by the survivors. Cassia's name became synonymous with sacrifice, resilience, and the kind of quiet strength that history often overlooks. Her story served as a reminder that while the victors write the history books, it is often the sacrifices of the oppressed, the women, the captives, the forgotten, that shape the future. And in the end, it is not the monuments built by conquerors that endure, but the lives of those who were forced to survive them, and in doing so, changed the world forever. Cassia's legacy, though built on years and unimaginable sacrifice, would ripple through history, carried forward not by grand declarations, but by the quieter, more subtle victories of survival and subtle defiance. For the empire that conquered her, it was merely another page in a long book of triumphs. But for those who remembered her, her story was more than that. It was a testament to the indomitable strength of the human spirit, a story of resilience woven into the fabric of history. Her sisters, Leodice and Nisa, would live their lives under Roman rule, not as prisoners, but as valuable members of society, each carving out their own path from the wreckage of their once glorious kingdom. They would never forget their sister, the woman who had sacrificed herself to give them a future. Their children would hear of Cassia, not as a victim, but as a protector, as the woman who had stood tall in the face of Rome's cruelty, who had navigated the darkest of times with cunning and resolve. Leodice, in particular, became a powerful matron in Roman society, her family tied to Roman aristocracy, her lineage securing her place in the empire. She never forgot what Cassia had done, what she had endured to ensure her survival. Nisa, now a famous musician, continued to captivate Roman elites with her performances, her music becoming a symbol of endurance in its own right. As she sang, the echoes of their shared past, their motherland, and the sacrifice of their sister resonated in every note. Yet, Cassia's story, her incredible sacrifice, remained the bedrock of their memories. Every achievement they had, every success they found in the Roman world, was built upon the sacrifice she had made. Cassia had not just saved her sisters, she had preserved their lineage, ensuring that the name of Pontus would live on in their hearts and in the minds of those who remembered. But even as they thrived, Cassia remained a symbol. Her name was just passed down in family stories, it lived on in the stories of the Roman elite, spoken in whispers in the chambers where decisions were made, where power was exchanged. Senators who had once sat at her feet, eager to extract her intelligence, now spoke of her with a measure of respect. Some of them, those who truly understood the cost of survival, remembered her as more than a captured princess. They remembered her as a force, a woman who had turned the tables of power, made herself indispensable, and emerged from the depths of captivity with more control over her fate than any captive had a right to. In her 60 seconds, Cashel would be invited to events, dinners, meetings, and even private audiences with some of the Empire's most powerful figures. They came not out of pity, but because they had come to value her insight. The very people who had once seen her as a mere prisoner of war now recognized the brilliance that had been forged in the crucible of survival. Her house, once a place of captivity, became a gathering point for intellectuals and politicians who sought her counsel on matters far beyond the eastern trade routes or Parthian alliances. They now came to her for wisdom on diplomacy, for understanding the intricacies of human nature. It was as if Cassia, in her quiet exile, had become a repository of knowledge that only those who had survived trauma could possess, an insight into the mind of those who live through the unthinkable and continue to rise, even when everything is lost. Cassia's final years were spent in a quiet but dignified retirement. She lived surrounded by her sisters and their families, but her legacy was not defined by her familial ties alone. Her life, the choices she made, and the suffering she endured became a symbol to others both inside and outside the Roman Empire. Her name became synonymous with survival through sacrifice, with the understanding that victory is not always about triumphing over your enemies, but about keeping your humanity intact in the face of overwhelming odds. Cassia's legacy endured, not just as the story of a princess lost to the cruelties of an empire, but as the story of resilience, sacrifice, and the quiet strength that comes from making the impossible decisions to protect those we love. As the years passed and the empire moved on from the conquest of Pontus, Cassia's memory remained alive in the hearts of those who knew her, not just as a captive, but as a force who shaped the fate of her family. Her sisters, Leodice and Nisa, would never forget the price of their survival. Leodice, now a respected Roman matron, raised her children with a deep understanding of the cost of their freedom. Cassia's freedom and taught them the value of honor and sacrifice. Nisa, who had once crumbled beneath the weight of the triumph, flourished as a renowned artist. Though she never married, choosing independence over a life defined by the constraints of Roman law, her music echoed across the empire, a reminder that even in captivity, there could be freedom of the soul. In private moments, Leodice and Nisa would sit together, reminiscing about the time before everything was shattered, the quiet beauty of their homeland, the palace by the Black Sea, and their family. Yet they knew that the life they now lived, though bound by Roman expectations, was possible because of Cassia's sacrifice. They kept her and Emery alive in their hearts and in the stories they passed down to their children and grandchildren. Cassia, in the final years of her life, became a symbol in Roman society. Her intelligence and abilities, nurtured in the years of captivity, were sought after by senators, military leaders, and diplomats. She moved through Roman circles not as a prisoner, but as a valued consultant, a woman whose knowledge of Eastern affairs was unmatched. She sat at the tables where the fate of the empire was decided, where her voice, once silenced by the chains of captivity, now carried weight. And yet, despite all the titles, all the prestige, Cassia knew that she had never truly escaped the cost of survival. The emotional toll, the isolation, the abandonment of her past identity had left scars that no amount of power or respect could erase. She had learned to suppress her emotions, to never show weakness, and though she thrived in the Roman system, she remained deeply changed by what she had endured. Her final years came quietly. Hay fever took her in the summer of her 63rd year, and as she lay in her bed, surrounded by her sisters and those few who had truly come to understand her, she felt at peace. Her family was safe. The future of Pontus, though long extinguished, lived on in the lives of her sisters and the children they had borne, and in the minds of those who remembered the price of their survival. Cassia's story would not be forgotten. The last conversation Cassia had with her sisters was filled with the same sense of quiet strength that had guided them through their darkest times. Leodice, now a Roman matron with children of her own, sat by her sister's side, holding her hand. Nisa, her voice still clear and sweet, despite the passing years, whispered softly from the other side of the room. They spoke of their shared past, of the sacrifices, the choices made, and of their love for each other. Cassia, though physically weak, smiled faintly. She had lived a life full of pain and hardship, but she had also lived a life filled with love, with purpose, and with the knowledge that her actions had preserved her family when it seemed impossible. When she passed, it was not with regret. She had made peace with the choices she had made, and she knew that her sisters, the two she had fought for, would live on, would thrive in ways she could never have imagined. Her life had been defined not by the pain she had suffered, but by the ways she had used that pain to protect those she loved. Her death was mourned quietly by those who had known her as a princess, a prisoner, and a woman of extraordinary intelligence. Senators and diplomats, the elite of Roman society who had once used her as a tool, now acknowledged her as a woman of profound strength. The eulogy delivered by one of her early Roman protectors spoke not of her royalty, but of her resilience, her wisdom, and the extraordinary sacrifice she had made for the survival of her family. Leonidas and Niso, standing together in front of the assembly, bore witness to the legacy their sister had left them. Her sacrifice, her survival, had given them a future that would allow them to move forward, to rebuild, and to live lives beyond the confines of captivity. They raised their children with her story, teaching them the value of resilience, of sacrifice, and of the love that transcends even the most brutal of empires. And though Rome, as it had done to so many others, eventually erased the memory of Pontus from its records, the daughters of Pontus never forgot. They carried the memory of their sister, her courage, her sacrifice, and the indomitable will that had saved them. They lived, they thrived, and they passed on the legacy of Cassia of Pontus, a princess who had saved her sisters, who had bargained with monsters, and who had won. As the sun set over the Roman Empire, and as the sands of time began to bury the ashes of Pontus, Cassia's name was whispered in the winds of history, not as a conquered princess, but as the woman who had changed the fate of her family, and who, in the end, had triumphed in the only way that truly mattered, through sacrifice and through survival. Cassia's legacy would be told in whispered stories, shared among the noble families who had witnessed the transformative power of her intelligence, resilience, and sacrifices. In the centuries that followed, as the Roman Empire stretched its influence across the known world, the details of her life would fade into the shadows of history, obscured by the greater triumphs and wars that defined the empire's conquests. But for those who knew her, for the families who had lived in the aftermath of her choices, her memory would live on. Leonidas, the matron of a Roman household, would continue to tell her children the stories of their mother's sacrifices, weaving them into the fabric of their identity. She would remind them that true strength came not from wielding power, but from the courage to protect those you love, no matter the cost. Her children would know that their family's connection to Pontus was not a mere footnote in Roman history, but a story of survival, of sisterhood, and of the unbreakable bond that had withstood even the worst horrors that an empire could impose. Nisa, now a legend in her own right as a musician, would continue to perform in the grand halls of Rome, her name echoing through the ages as one of the greatest artists of her time. Her music would bring solace to the powerful and the humble alike, a testament to the strength of spirit that had been passed down from Cassia, though her connection to Pontus remained a secret whispered always to those she trusted. The artistry that flowed from her fingers and voice carried the legacy of her family with each note, each melody. As the years turned into decades, the three sisters remained linked by the invisible threads that Cassia had woven into the fabric of their lives. Their survival was a testament to their sister's sacrifice, to the choices she had made in the face of unimaginable cruelty. And though their lives were different from the one they had once dreamed of, a life filled with peace, prosperity, and love, they had something far more valuable: the ability to live with purpose, to build lives that mattered, to create legacies that would not be erased. But Cassia's story, the true cost of Roman conquest, would never be entirely forgotten. In the quiet corners of the empire where the powerful could not see, her name would be spoken with reverence, as the woman who had survived the worst the Romans could do, and who had given everything for the people she loved. Among the scholars and historians who sought to understand the true nature of Roman conquest, her story would be one of the hidden, untold tales, an example of the deep, unseen scars left by imperial violence. And so Cassia's memory would live on, not in monuments or grand declarations, but in the quiet defiance of her legacy, in the lines of her sisters, in the whispers of those who knew the true cost of survival under the boot of an empire, her story was not one of victory or glory, but of the quiet, enduring strength that comes from the sacrifice of self for the preservation of family. Remember Cassia. Remember the princess who knelt in the dirt and gave everything for her family as survival. And remember that sometimes, true victory is not the one that the conquerors celebrate, but the one that endures through sacrifice, through love, and through the resilience of those who survive. If you want more hidden histories like this, where the untold stories of conquered peoples come to light, subscribe and stay tuned. Share this video with anyone who thinks they understand Roman conquest from the perspectives of generals and emperors, because history has a way of forgetting the stories of the conquered. Let's make sure their voices are heard. Comment below and let me know where you're watching from. Let's keep the stories of the past alive so we can learn from them, understand what true strength really means. As the years continued to pass, the name of Cassia remained a quiet whisper among those who had known her. The grand halls of Roman power may have never acknowledged her sacrifice in their official records, but among the survivors, the soldiers who had seen her endure, and the families that had benefited from her strategic mind, Cassia's legacy remained. It was just the senators who rose through the ranks because of her. It was just the families who grew more powerful from her intelligence. And it was just her sisters who thrived because of her. It was everyone who lived with the quiet knowledge that sometimes survival comes with a cost that cannot be measured in gold, but in moments of strength and resolve that define us when the world would have us break. Leaders' children would grow up knowing the importance of intelligence in the art of survival. The lessons Cassia had imparted through her own life would be passed down, woven into the lessons of strength and resilience that every new generation would carry with them. Her grandchildren would learn not just the greatness of Rome, but the subtler power of a kingdom that existed once, and of the people who had survived its destruction. They would remember that surviving was just about enduring suffering. It was about knowing when to act, when to speak, and when to remain silent in the face of overwhelming odds. Nisa and her quiet fame would have moments where the true weight of her past would surface, but she would not be the same as before. As she aged, her music became something greater, an arc, a bridge between worlds, between the conquerors and the conquered. She would always be a little outside of the established circles, and yet in that distance, she would create a name for herself that could never be taken away. The transformation from captive to artist was not something that could be easily erased, and it would become the very foundation of her identity, one that would remain intact even when everything else changed. And Cassia, as she grew older in Rome, remained the bridge between the past and the present. While she never fully left behind her past as the princess of Pontus, she also never let her circumstances define her. She had become something new, not merely a captive in Rome, but an integral part of the Roman intelligence network, a person whose value extended beyond the roles assigned to her in captivity. She remained a witness to history, not just a figure in its passing moments, but someone who, through sheer resilience, had left her an mark on the very systems that had once tried to break her. In her last years, Cassia would quietly contribute to discussions on Eastern trade, never ceasing to advise and to influence the policies that had once threatened to swallow her family whole. She had earned a space for herself in the shifting tide of Roman politics, but she was never under any illusions. She was a survivor, not a conqueror, and her real victory lay in the fact that she had taken the greatest punishment and turned it into a force that helped save her sisters' lives and shape the world in ways even the might of Rome could not completely control. But as time wore on, it became clear that the legacy of Cassia would not be defined by her intelligence, her strategic mind, or even her years of service. It would be defined by something far more fundamental: her unbreakable love for her family. Every sacrifice she made, every piece of herself she gave away, was ultimately for them. Cassia's greatest legacy was not her survival, but the survival of her sisters, the people she loved most. Their lives were her lasting gift, the one thing she knew she could protect when everything else was stripped away. Cassia's death, though quietly mourned in Roman circles, would not be a tragedy to those who knew her story. It would be the end of one life, but the continuation of something far greater, enduring resilience of her family, her culture, and the world that had refused to be destroyed. Her funeral, attended by a handful of those who had known her best, would mark the end of an era, But the story of her survival would continue to ripple through history. In the years to come, when her sisters were long gone, her legacy would live on through the lives she had saved, the changes she had made, and the people who would learn it, through her sacrifices, how to survive in a world that was often indifferent to their suffering. The daughters of Pontus would not be forgotten. Not entirely, and neither would Cassia. Let her story be one that we remember not for her suffering but for her survival, not for her defeat but for her courage. Remember her sacrifice, and remember that sometimes, the greatest strength is not to conquer, but to protect what you love, even at the cost of yourself.